All right. Okay. Hello for anybody who's coming in. Oh man, my guy is really twitchy. Man, look at him go. I really should turn that down. I think I will, before anybody realizes what I'm doing. Is there a way for me to get him to twitch less? I guess not. Whatever. Who cares? I'm too critical of little things like that. It doesn't matter. Hello for anybody watching a little later, before everybody joins in. Hey, Hazelnut Puppy. I just decided, hey, I've got some free time, and I need to work, I need to focus, so I decided, why not just live stream my efforts? Yes, I do live stream from time to time. Hello there, no big-footed sea hags here. Why is the chat not showing up? Shit. This is why I don't stream all that much, because I'm not good at it. I don't have all my settings. Whatever. I think that'll all be You can... Oh, wait, there it is. Perfect. It is showing up. Lovely, lovely. Oh, shit. There's a lot more people showing up than I thought. Hi, everybody. So, basically, I was just going to be writing, and I thought, why not include some other people so that I have the pressure of having to write. I have some background music that I could put on, but, yeah. Yes, I have an extension called Google, or Dark Google Docs or something, just because I was looking at it before and it was like really, really bright and I didn't want to blind everybody, so I have the edges a little bit darker. I think there is a way for you to make like the whole like white, like to invert the colors where like the white background is black and then the text is white. I don't know, I didn't particularly like the way that looks, so whatever. Hi everybody. Hello, hello, hello. All y'all. So, I actually have finished up. Okay, so this is something I'm going to be talking a lot of work stuff around here. My favorite review is the one that you did about the druggie. Leon? That's weird. Interesting. It looks like, is your Twitch the same as your YouTube user? I don't really have a Twitch. I just stream here on YouTube because, A, that's where all the stuff is. I feel like you go to stream on Twitch when you already have an audience from YouTube. You know, like if you... Little pro hack for anybody who wants to get into streaming. The thing that you should do is you should stream a bunch and try to get like 10 to 15 second long clips, maybe a minute, as long as a minute, I guess. But if you're uploading to like TikTok or whatever, people want to see short clips. Take your super short, sweet clips and then upload them everywhere, especially on YouTube, because YouTube is the biggest like pool there is. And then when people see those clips, they'll go, "Oh my god, this stream must be so fun. I gotta go and see what their thing is. I gotta go catch the moments live," because I think it's like near impossible for people to like gain an audience just from streaming. Because, I don't know about you, but I don't go into random people's streams all that much. So it can be a little, you know, I think the best way to go about it is to try to get those clips. Those all-important clips that we can all do. Okay, hold on. I'm getting a lot of good questions here. Let me extend this so I can actually see these questions better. There we go. All right. I'll answer a whole bunch of these questions. Watch your videos all the time. Thank you very much, Tina. No, it's not Leon. He changed his name to Hank Hill. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot that. Reviewed to death. Who's your favorite girl Bobby has kissed in the whole series? Oh my gosh. What a question. I'd have to say Marie, just because she's voiced by Sarah Michelle Gellar, and I don't know. I'm a big Buffy the Vampire Slayer fan, and I just love Sarah Michelle Gellar. She's really, really good. So that's why. Hey, Reviewed to Death. You ever thought about getting into Bob's Burgers? It has some writers from King of the Hill working on it, and I think it'd be right up you alley. I have thought, believe me, I spend a lot of time every day thinking about stuff that I could review, but I tend to get over my head too much, and I really should just focus on doing King of the Hill for right now. Which is what I'm trying to do right here. Say, Mr. Death, what inspired your avatar? Well, it's a mix of Gurren Lagann and existential fear of death. Whoa, I'm staring death in the face. Oh my god, it's so thematic. Have you watched the revival? I've watched a little bit. Also, is my microphone volume good? I think I'm peaking here a little bit. Am I using the right... Hold on, let me make sure I'm using the right microphone. Yes, I am. Okay, good. Ugh, it's sometimes it defaults to my webcam's microphone, and it's really like you would notice if it was the microphone from the webcam. It's terrible. Ugh. Have I watched the revival? So, the question is there, have I watched it? And my answer is I have gotten the footage for it, and I've been trying not to watch it too much because I watched a bit of it, and I think it's really good from what I've seen. And I was going to do this whole update video where I'm talking about kind of my plans for the future, and I kind of came to this decision that, most people just want to see the reviews. They don't really care about what's going on in the future, or if they do, then they'll come into a live stream and talk about it. And my decision is that I think season 14, the new stuff of King of the Hill, is so good that I kind of want to hold off talking about it until I get there chronologically, because if I do it right now, then you have a concerning amount of X's that you mentioned in the last vid. You good? Yes, I'm fine. I'm lovable for a little bit and then not. But yes, because season 14 is good, I want to hold off doing it, because if I do it right now, then that means the only thing, my journey with King of the Hill is going to end in season 13, and I really don't like season 13. I think there's a lot of weak episodes, so I'm going to hold off doing the reboot, revival, whatever, until I push through some of the seasons that I'm not a big fan of. And I think it'll give me something to look forward to, and I think that sort of thing is really important. Favorite episode I've reviewed so far? That's a good question. Hold on, let me go back. I'm kind of skipping over some questions. And then the top streamers, I'll get popular from clips. Yes, clips are the lifeblood of streamers. If you have any interest in doing streaming, you gotta get clips. What you should probably do is you'll probably stream to nobody for a long time, but if you can get those funny moments of you in-game doing something funny and then upload them somewhere, people will come to check out your stream, and that's how you build a streaming audience, I believe. I don't know. I make it sound really easy. If it was that easy, I'm sure everybody would do it, but whatever. How many X's do I have? Let me actually think here. How many X's do I have? So there was Alyssa, Ellen, what was her name? It was Martha something. So it was Martha, Dakota. Yeah, Dakota was fucking crazy. Let me just say this. For all of you people out there who want to get into relationships, if somebody tries to guilt trip you for improving your life, probably you should run, because that girl had some problems. When I was in college, I was complaining about something oh man, this assignment's so difficult, I can't believe it. And she would always go well, at least you're not working at Amazon, at least you have a future. I'm like, okay, I guess... I don't know. I guess I can't complain about anything. I'm sorry. I was just annoyed by this assignment. I didn't know we were going to pull this huge, man, you could be working in the mines right now. Ugh, okay. If I had to guess, I'd say I probably got 14, 15 X's-ish. I don't know. I'm on good terms with a lot of them. Most of them were mutual breakups, so, don't think that I'm out here breaking hearts and doing all this stuff, or that I'm getting my heart broken. Usually it's just we weren't that good of a fit, so whatever. Actually, an embarrassing amount of people on my Facebook friends list, I used to date. It's a whole thing. Anyway, I really enjoyed this opportunity to tune in and listen to you podcasts. Your progress. I've always appreciated your depth and style of reviews. You have many valuable insights and convey them well. Thank you very much, Hazelnut Puppy. As you can tell, this is why I have to have scripts at all, because when I'm just here talking casually, I tend to stumble over things a little bit. Favorite episode I reviewed so far? I think Propane Boom Part 1 and 2. I think I did a really good job with those. I'm really proud of how they turned out. And of course, they're just really good episodes. If someone actually made the Propane video game, would you play it? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not a big sandbox guy. I haven't played any of the Grand Theft Auto games, so Probably not. It'd be one of those things where I like buy it, but then I don't play it ever. But I guilt myself into saying I should play it. I'm never gonna do it. Oh my god. Would you ever do a video of what you would want to change if you were a King of the Hill writer? I kind of do that already with the reviews. I critique everything, and I'm like, you know what? This would be better if they did this. So I'm kind of doing that constantly. Mention you hate it when people monologue about certain scenes. Did I say that when I monologue? You mentioned some people... I'm sorry, I completely read that wrong. My reading comprehension isn't the best. You mentioned some people hate it when you monologue about certain scenes, but for me, I find it charming, which is why I subbed. Well, thank you very much. I think it's a fine balance to have, because I think when I was first starting to do this whole thing, I would monologue too much about certain things, and it's a tough balance, I think. Have you seen common side effects, and do you plan to expand shows you review? So, I like how this whole thing was, like, I was intending to do, like, a writing session, but I haven't done any writing. You know what? This just goes to show that people are actually interested in my process, and I really appreciate your questions. So, I guess the first, like, little bit of this will just be me directly talking to you guys, because I don't get to do that all that often. I kind of starve you guys for information. I know some people will, like, heart every comment and stuff, but... like, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like if somebody hearts every single comment, then it comes off as a little inauthentic-ish. I've definitely left comments on videos, and I get a heart on something, and I go, ooh, oh my gosh, like, they hearted my thing, awesome. And then I go to the comments, and I see it's just every single one. I'm like, oh, okay, they just, whatever, I guess. So if you got a heart from me on anything, then... you know, most of the time, like, I don't see a lot of comments because YouTube will just sort of show you the last, like, 4 on your dashboard. You have to go to the video and look up the comments. And they've recently done this thing where they stop showing new comments first. They show, like, well, it's like top engagement comments or something. So I'll see the same ones all the time, and it's kind of weird. I don't know if I like it. So have I seen comment side effects? I think I actually got the footage for it. I haven't sat down and watched it, so I'm kind of a pack rat when it comes to, like, having shows to talk about. I have, like, huge folders of stuff. I've actually gotten into DVD ripping, and I even rip stuff that, like, I just want to listen to in the background while I'm editing. So I've got the whole stack of the Golden Girls right here, and I need to continue ripping those. Because, man, if you want a show that you can just turn your brain off and throw in the background, Golden Girls is where it's at. My God. I cannot imagine how challenging it would be to review all the episodes of the fucking Golden Girls. And here's where they sit at the kitchen table and talk about men. Whew. Well, to be fair, they do get, like, robbed in a few episodes or have something scandalous happen, so it might be interesting. But no, I've not seen common side effects. And right now... I do not plan on doing other shows right now because I realize that I need to just zero in on King of the Hill. I need to specifically zero in on doing episode reviews because I've really been slacking on that. And to be perfectly honest, like, money's getting a little tight right now, so I kind of need to lean into what's most popular. So I actually had to go and get a whole bunch of work done on my car. Like, one of my tires was all fucked up. I hadn't done the transmission in a while, needed an oil change. The, like, little cabin air filter thing that, like, filters out, like, you know, particulates or whatever. They opened that up, and it was full of fucking bugs. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like one of those hoarder shows where they open up, like, the back of the freezer, and there's all these dead cockroaches or something. I was like, oh my goodness. So, yeah, I had to pay a whole bunch to get my car taken care of, so now I'm a little in need of the moolah, so I'm gonna try to lean in on what people want me to do, which is the King of the Hill reviews. And I actually have finished up I finished up the script for 9 Pretty Darn Angry Men, the one where they have the lawnmower focus group, and I was gonna, like, record me editing the video, but I'm like, wait a minute, I'm gonna get in trouble showing footage of stupid King of the Hill, so I need to I just gotta go to the next episode after that, which is this episode, Good Hill Hunting, which is the one where they, like, have Bobby go and shoot the deer. Let's see. So lovely seeing your writing style. How's your book reading thing going? A book writing, maybe, I think. I'd finished my MFA program, so I've got my a very rough draft of my novel all taken care of. I need to tidy it up and move on from there, but it's going good. Your video, Squirrel Tactics, Toonrific, Tariq, and Shady Drags are my favorite King of the Hill adult animation cartoon video. Yeah, I'm flattered to be spoken of with such big names. It's actually really weird how Squirrel Tactics and I were at kind of the same subscriber level for a while, and then I had to take a big break to focus on my school stuff, and he really, I think it's consistency more than anything else. He has tremendous consistency putting out a video. I think it's every Friday. I don't watch his videos because I don't want to accidentally get something in my head that he said, and then I put it in one of my reviews, and then people are like, oh my god, he said it in that video. So I don't really watch his content. I used to kind of poke my head and be like, what's he doing? What's his style? But then I'm like, you know what? My editing brain is too on when I watch other people do reviews, and I can see the things that they do and the style that they do and the writing that they do, and I'm like, I don't want to incorporate anything that other people do into my thing, because it's impossible to accidentally plagiarize something, but if you get those little things in your head, then it could get messy, so I don't do that. What's your thought on the emerging indie cartoon scene? I think people are treating a lot of the indie stuff, at least the big indie stuff that I've seen, with either complete reverence, like Amazing Digital Circus, people seem to love, which I've seen one episode of, and then people take Has Been Hotel, and they just hate dump on it. So there's this weird sort of you're either gold or shit in the indie cartoon scene. There's not really a middle ground, which I think is interesting. Thoughts on Lucky? He's all right. He's not my favorite character, but he's there. How old am I? I am 32. If you say under 25, no. I'm 32, which I guess isn't that far off of 25. I'm not 45 or anything, but I'm 32, baby. Am I the only one who wonders what Bobby, Joseph, and Connie would be like in high school? Yes, I really wish we could have seen King of the Hill in high school. Dog, I gotta be honest with you. When half the video is you on a tangent on, for how example, Hank's jeans are a weird shade of blue, and then go into the history of jean manufacturing, I love it. That's what English majors do. We talk about curtains are blue, and what does it mean? So, when you finish King of the Hill as a whole, revival included, you should so watch BoJack Horseman. What's funny is when I first started doing this channel, I was like, you know what? I've heard people really like BoJack Horseman. I'm going to try it out. And I watched one episode of it, and I hated it, and I dumped the show for a year. And then the following year, I went to Alaska again for my next year of my residency up there. And I'm like, you know what? I put this whole show down for a year. I'm going to brute force my way through it. Got through through the second episode, and I loved it. It's amazing. I actually really want to talk about how BoJack Horseman is the weirdest thing where 99% of the show is amazing, but I absolutely despise the pilot. I've seen some people say they hate the whole first season, which I just don't understand at all. But yeah, that first episode, totally, I was like, ick, I'm not in on this at all. But then the second episode hits, and it's like, wow, this is perfect. I can't believe it. What happened? It's an amazing turnaround, and I didn't look back, and I finished the whole thing, and it's very, very interesting. I almost feel though, BoJack is a little too immersed in celebrity, trivia, or it's so steeped in Hollywood information that I feel I'd need to do a whole bunch of information, or research into everything that they reference, which I guess you don't really have to do. I think sometimes I put too much effort into these videos, which is a little bit of a detriment. I just want to come in here and say, I love your videos, man. You make my graveyard nights bearable. Anytime you upload a new video, my fave of yours was the Propane Boom episodes. Keep it up, man. Thank you, Burger Myself. Now that's a username. That's awesome. I feel your pain with the car maintenance. Yeah, car maintenance. Can I just say that Good Hill Hunting was one of my least favorite episodes? That's the whole thing about doing the show, just doing all the episodes, is I feel in a weird way, it was great for me to start with season 1, because, my editing skills have severely improved, and my writing skills have improved the more I do these videos. And it's nice because I don't have to, I didn't just glut myself on all my favorite episodes. Like, I would have talked about Pygmalion 5 months ago. No, like 2.5 years ago. It would have been the first video I did, because I love Pygmalion so much. When I actually, I've got this thing in my head. I've got this mental note for when I get to Pygmalion. I'm actually not going to address any of the complaints I've seen of Pygmalion in the review when I get there. I'm just going to love bomb it and just go hard and say, wow, this is great, and this is great, and I love this, and this, and this, and this. Like, I'm aware of the complaints, and maybe I'd make like a separate video addressing the complaints, but just for the actual proper review, I just want to talk about all the stuff that I love about Pygmalion. It's so amazing. Yes, I'm aware people say it doesn't fit with the mood of King of the Hill, which I disagree with, because King of the Hill is a super dark show. Buckley got blown to smithereens, and then Dale vomits in his coffin. What do you mean? Like, you can forgive that, but you can't forgive, like, a weird pigman in a Halloween episode? Ugh, whatever. Like, I can kind of get it, but anyway, so I'm gonna focus in, because I've been sitting here for 20 minutes. I'm gonna actually focus on writing here. I was actually anticipating just like 3 or 4 people popping in and being like, oh, I guess he's doing something, but here's a whole bunch of folks. Hello, everybody. So let's do an informal reading. I'll take you through my process. BoJack is a mixed bag for me. Some episodes are stellar, others are kind of like blarg, preachy. Yeah, it's, I don't even know what like genre of show you would call BoJack. It's like a character study mixed with like social commentary of the late 2010s, I guess. It's weird. BoJack is a very, it's memorable, but it's a tough beast, I'll say that. Yes, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. So, this is the death of Bobby's childhood, the big King of the Hill review of Good Hill Hunting. This video is sponsored by those big-ass Snorlax plushies that you get at Costco for way too much money. Hunting. The thing that humans used to do. Should I do used to do? Yeah, I guess. The thing that humans have historically done for survival, but which now is mostly using... See, this is something that I try not to do here, is having 2 words, done and done, in the same sentence. Have historically... should I do historically? Have participated in? No. I guess that done's fine, but which now is primarily is mostly the is mostly an arena. Yeah. Thank you for autocorrecting. You'll see very quickly that my spelling skills are not very good. That's been a problem ever since I was a child. I can get all these words out there, but my spelling skills are very weak. Personal challenges to live away from commercial food sources, acquiring animal bones to get erections, or for big profits made by selling animal products to commercial food sources. Hunting is one of those topics that I don't have much of a strong opinion on, as I can understand both sides of the argument. On the one hand, hunting does provide the service, of thinning herds, the herd. Oh, there it is, the herd, and keeping deer or feral hogs or mothmen from kicking little Timmy to death in his sandbox. Review to death. I know that feeling. I'm a writer myself. It hurts when I get autocorrected on words. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Utilized have been historically... You know, what's funny, too, is when you're writing this stuff, you have to try to, like, anticipate how it's going to feel on the throat, where it's like, oh, can I get utilized? Like, this is all one big sentence. This is all going to be one take. So I will spend, like, 10 minutes trying to get all of this done in, like, one big go, where it's like, okay, I need to kind of get myself in a position and go... hunting, the thing that humans have historically done for survival, but which now is mostly an arena for, not mostly, let's just kick, is an arena for sport, personal challenges to live away from commercial food sources, acquiring animal bones to get erections, or for big profits made by selling animal products to commercial food sources. Hello, Sticky Sweet and Andrew Turner. what's my opinion on the King of the Hill reboot? It seems really good, and I'm going to, well, because it's good, I'm going to hold off on doing it. I'm going to keep doing things chronologically. Hey. Because I kind of want to have something to look forward to. Because if I just, like, do the reboot now, like if I review, because it's only 10 episodes, if I just review the thing now, then I'm not going to have anything to look forward to. Has perhaps become an arena. On the one hand, hunting does prefer, but on the other hand, there are some real sickos out there who take a perverse pleasure from exploding varmints or felling elephants, and we're all aware that a person taking joy in killing animals is a classic warning sign of a psychopath who may one day move on to humans. And then I'll do the clip of Bobby shouting, "Yeah!" It's more of a So I'll do these big things here to show me where to put in clips. Just so I know, like, oh yeah, I should do that. But, hello, live stream. I just found the original voice to Hank's Japanese brother. Yes, oh, you mean, David Carradine? Yes, David Carradine's been dead for, what, like 15 years now? Don't look up how he died. I think the vast majority of people who hunt do it for good reasons, intending to use as much of the animal as they can. And hey, if you really, if you really want to stick a gaudy, stanky ass deer head on your walls, then that's your business, and I ain't gonna tell you no. Even if I think it looks tacky and pretty weird. But let's not pretend there isn't a dark side to hunting, one that goes beyond even the mild adrenaline spike of tapping into our hunter-gatherer caveman brain. Ooh, that's going to be tough. A 45-year-old banker going on a hunting trip for a weekend and bringing back some ducks and a couple flounders is likely a professional who knows what he's doing. Compared to just some nutcase who shoots at neighborhood cats with his .22, that's just wrong. And I think this episode of King of the Hill, appropriately titled Good Hill Hunting, does a great job of differentiating between good and bad methods of killing animals. Oh, wow. Good for you. Excellent. 21. Yeah, it's funny. When I turned 21, I didn't go out and drink a whole bunch of alcohol. I didn't get into drinking anything until I was like 24. I just, it was money I couldn't afford to spend. I was like, whatever. But then some friends were like, hey, we're all going to San Francisco. Want to come with us? I'm like, sure. And this one girl brought a water bottle that was full of vodka. she got it past security because she's like, it's just water. Yeah, sure. Whatever you say, Kristen. But yes, drink responsibly. It can be fun, but I will say it does sort of lose its appeal after a while because it's like, One thing you don't want to do is you don't want to have alcohol become a crutch. I've seen some YouTube channels that do that where it's like, watch us like take a shot every time something crazy happens in an anime. And it's like, get it? Because we're taking shots all the time because this happens a lot. And it's like, you shouldn't try to make like drinking part of work, like, I know that drinking isn't as unhealthy as smoking, but, it can really mess you up over time. So, drink responsibly, I'll say. And don't make it work, because then you'll really fuck yourself. Then you're screwed. People are like, hey, I come here to see you get blasted off your ass, and you ain't doing it, so bye. Ugh. I went to the casino. The casino for my 21st. Like, that's another good thing to do. Always, when I go to the casino, I always go to the, roulette wheel. I like the roulette wheel. That feels more fair than just, like, the slot machine where you don't know the odds. I don't know. Something about roulette seems a little bit more even. I'm 22 and not too fan of drinking. Well, I did drink for the first time once I was 18. It wasn't fun. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. Yeah. Don't look up how David Carradine died. Better still, good job of differentiating. It is Abel, the episode. Whenever I see the word episode, you're always one big spin from hitting it big. Won $200 from a slot machine once. Yeah, you see, but how much did you have to spend to get that $200? This differentiation. Thank you, Google. Whenever I see the word episode, I always think of Ooh, woo, what's this? It's a live stream. Hello. Why is this popping up? Oh, because I'm highlighting it. I always think of, there's a channel that does a lot of South Park content, Blooms. I think one of his earliest videos, he was ranking all of the episodes of South Park, like all the ones up to that point. It was like 312 or something. And he got put on blast for using the word episode like, I think it was like 400 times. He just kept saying the word episode. And so, like, I looked in the comments and just everyone was like, oh my god, can you, like, it's getting so annoying saying episode. And ever since then, I'm like, you know what? Little note in the back of my head. Use phrases like story or plot or like the events of what's going on, or, you know, there's not really a good synonym for episode. So you kind of have to try to use these like alternative phrases that kind of mean the same thing, but they don't really. So yeah, if you hear me saying the story or the plot, it's usually because I notice there's too many words of usages of episode, and I'm like, take that shit out. Within a coming-of-age Bobby Hank story. Should that be Hank Bobby? No, that's fine. This episode, there's a good example. This story feels like the final part in a series of Hank. Ooh, see, this is you gotta stay consistent with this stuff. Hank Bobby over here, but then Bobby Hank over there. I'll do Hank Bobby. Yeah. Or maybe it shouldn't be. Maybe it should alternate because it's like you'll hear this. I don't like my ear hearing the same thing. Hank Bobby challenges. He had to take $100, and whenever he'd won, he'd take home instead of putting back in the machine. My first 20 got me a win with only $100. Yeah. You know, if you say story or plot too much, then we won't let you live it down, right? Oh my god, why can't you just simplify it and say episode? Or as Autumn Owlex said, ep. Ep's one of those, like, are you starting a word? Are you starting to say, like, EpiPen? Loved your collab with Kitty Monk. Any plans to do any more creators? P.S. The Luann / Aqua made me way happier than I had any right to. You know, I haven't considered doing collaborations, although I think YouTube has recently made it easier to do collaborations. Like, they have a setting where you can link into another channel and share ad revenue or something. I'm not thinking about it currently. I wouldn't say no to another collaboration, especially with Kitty Monk, although she's really busy right now because she's doing the student-teacher thing. So she's got her own sort of challenges right now. She's very busy, so I don't know. Again, I'd be open to it, but the right opportunity would have to come up. We're really getting to see the chocolate in that peanut butter, as they say. Clip. If I don't know what kind of clip I'm going to use, I just put it in here. Like, just use something, anything. Thank you there for the love the reviews comment. And before I start officially assessing the episode, yeah, that's fine. I wrote down a special reminder for myself. As I wanted to remember that when I got to the story, I had to give a special highlight to this joke. Use this joke. Beverly LaGrana, no relation. Okay. She's a woman named Beverly who coincidentally has the last name LaGrana. To offer up a quote from Garrick from Deep Space Nine, I believe in coincidences. Coincidences happen every day. But I don't trust coincidences. Ugh. Aw. Ding 809 says, I love you, and has a cute picture of a dog. Very nice. I remember when you could reply to videos with another video. That sounds like a way to cause some big drama. Oh my god. You could make it worse and just concentrate the names like they do with Caleb, Bennifer. Oh yeah, Bo Hank. Gary's mod videos were very popular back in the days. Doe. What do you mean her last name is the same thing as the hotel and resort she's not staying at? She's working at it. She's working at. Do a little apostrophe. That'd be like someone named Rachel Disney or Paul WWE. Yeah, that shit just doesn't happen, man. It's such a quick joke, too. Not really ha-ha funny, but just sort of weird and surreal, making you feel like you've stepped into a place that is somehow off, but off in some small but critical way. Did she change her name to La Grunta as a way of currying favor with management? But now she's legally obligated to say to each guest that she's not actually related? John Sega! You know what? I'll put that in. Or John Sega, or Paul WWE. That just doesn't happen. Did she change her name to La Grunta? Blah, 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 blah. Or is she living in a fucked up work environment where it is all happenstance and she's sick of hearing yokels hee-haw over her name, so she always greets somebody by saying that she's not related to the hotel, so stop asking me! Asking me. Oh. Me. I know there's a whole Bobby Hank story to get to, but I just couldn't live with myself if I let that super fast cough and you'll miss it slice of surrealism pass me by. Bye. You met someone named Mr. Coles who worked at Cole? That's a real chicken egg problem right there. What came first? Or maybe we should all go back to how like European names were, where it's like, oh, if you're like a stonemason, like your last name is Mr. Mason. Maybe that's what it is. We should all just have our jobs be our last name. Has he watched the new season yet, or can I continue not taking this dude seriously? You don't ever have to take me seriously. Ever, ever. God, the day people start doing that is the day this channel is going to die. Which episode are we working on? We are currently working on Good Hill Hunting, which is a Season 3 episode. They call me Mr. Cole. My King of the Hill theory is, Damon, is that Joseph was told by Nancy the truth, and John Redcorn in Thanksgiving Candle episode. Yeah. I could see that happening, honestly. It's a little up to interpretation. Actually, you know what? Here, I shouldn't do this, but I'll do it anyway. Let's see if I can turn this off. Let me see if I got this picture up here. Because I made something just for funsies recently. Let me see. Where was it? Where did I put it? I've got way too many files. Hold on. I've got like 3 different hard drives for all this stuff. Is it in this pictures file? No. Did I do it in thumbnails? Oh, I gotta check like 5 different things. If I can't find it soon, I'll just tell you what it is. Is it under downloads? No. God, where the fuck did I put this stupid thing? Well, whatever. Okay, I'll go back to working on this. It's basically, I made an iceberg video. I made my own iceberg image. And I was going to make a whole video on iceberg stuff, theories and whatnot that I have and that I've seen online. But, I don't know. I was like, you know what? I'm doing too many of these, like, oh, top 10 worst things that happened to Hank, and, like, the 100 questions thing. Like, I can't then do an iceberg video, because that's... People want to see the episode reviews, so I need to get to the episode reviews and just do like 8, 9, 10 of them in a row, and then I can go back to doing some other stuff if I want to, but I've been holding people on the hook for too long. Ugh. I think the revival kills that theory. But probably, that's the whole thing. That I'm sure that revival does a lot of stuff that people are thinking about. Anyway. I know there's a whole... To be honest, that surrealism is well at home in this episode, as there is a strange sort of magical tranquility that hangs over the story and the themes of growing into adulthood. Although not for everyone, Bobby... Although it... Definitely... Not for everyone, as Bobby's left to twist in the wind, desperate to achieve some kind of acceptance and social standing as... oh, the same... Yeah, okay, that's making sense. Oh, this is interesting. I actually heard an interesting fan theory about this episode. One that I saw floating around, one of those ice... Hey, there you go. I think this is... Yeah, I must have been writing this, and I was inspired to make my own iceberg, where you get more... In this berg, a creator mentioned how Bobby failing to shoot and kill a deer in this episode... I don't need that. Is what keeps him... Is what holds him back. I have to edit a lot of this stuff. because there's some unnecessary fluff in here. Whereas Connie and Joseph both pass their respective tests and are therefore allowed to grow. Joseph, of course, gets his transformative growth. Is allowed to mature. I'll do mature. His growth spurt, Connie starts her period, while Bobby doesn't ever change or develop in any noticeable way, and that theory is pretty neat, until you remember that Bobby does end up killing a deer, and so he should have passed the test, and of course now we see season 14, Bobby showing up where he's an obvious adult, so that idea kind of falls apart, but I get where the theory was coming from, and it's really close to working if you're the kind of Melvin who cares about technicalities. Actually, Bobby doesn't kill the deer. It jumped in front of him and killed itself, so therefore it doesn't count as a kill. Me. Whatever, you're missing the point. This episode is less about the killing of a sacred deer, as Hank himself comes to realize, and is more about the bond between a father and son. At the end of the day, it's about family. Yeah. But let's take a... yeah, that's going to be a thing. But let's take a step back and start from the beginning to see how effectively this episode... See, now that I pointed out this episode, like, concern to you guys, you're going to hear it in all the videos and be like, oh, the truck got killed by the deer. Ooh, that's actually... Yeah, because this does happen before the pickup truck heaven thing. So you're right. You know what, Autumn? Put that on your iceberg, because that's really good. Yeah, I put too much work into making that iceberg image... although I don't know where the fuck it is, but I put too much work into that stupid image to just leave it. I'll do it eventually. Let's take a step back. So, our annual murder die fest, I don't know why I wrote that, begins with a deer eating Dale's garbage, leading to a real weird real weird image being discussed. Yeah, that works out. But Luann not having a baby bump to the last episode of her pregnancy. Yes, that is one of the other problems that I have with the later seasons, like post-season 7, I think, of King of the Hill, is that everything kind of stagnates until it doesn't. Like, it's weird that Luann's hair, like, we see it growing throughout season 2? No, 3. Yeah, season 3. Whoa! Oh my god! Oh my god, Sticky Sweet just sent in $5 and said, always love your videos, keep them up! Keep up the work! Big thumbs up, thank you, Sticky Sweet. 10084. That's very, very kind of you. Big appreciation for the tip, my goodness. The thought of a deer, or any mammal really, producing as many babies as ants or queen bees is a really haunting idea. Speaking of pregnancy, it's probably why women with huge pregnant bellies who give birth to twins or more is immediately distressing to the eye. Or at least mine. I don't know about you. I don't know about y'all. Make that sound. How do I make that sound? Yeah. It's also why Bobby should have become a Superman had he found and killed the queen deer, as we see in his fantasy sequence, where he is able to pick up his big papa in one arm and handle his heater with the other. See, this is why I like doing this job, because I get to come up with fun little wordplay like that. It's also why Bobby would have become a Superman had he found and killed the queen deer, as we see in his fantasy sequence where he is able to pick up his big papa in one arm and handle his heater in the other. That's a good line. That's a good stuff. Okay. It's actually quite refreshing to see Bobby be so confident in himself and his abilities, and we do know that his confidence is backed up with genuine gun-slinging... That's not how you spell that. I think that's right. That looks wrong. Ew. That's, you know what? That's a, woo. G-U-N-S-L-I-N-G-I-N-G. Ew. Ugh. I don't like that word. I don't like seeing two I-N-Gs back to back. That's offensive to my eye. Which is why I should really highlight it. There we go. Yeah, I'll underline it too. Just so I know, like, where it is, and it won't upset me later when I see it. And I'll know that I'm past it later. Which keeps him from feeling too boastful or cocky to enjoy. That feels... I know. That feels really incorrect, but I guess it's right. I think that's because Bobby has a degree of patheticness. Oh, that looks wrong too. Pathetic with no, like, it looks like there should be an E right there. But that's patheticness about him that we naturally want to see him get a big win. Grows up to be Brock Lerner. I can totally see Redcorn sleeping with Min. I'm surprised it was never a passing joke. You know, I think in a weird way, if I was just going to make like a little quick, like 10-minute video, I think it'd be very interesting to explore like Min is really freaky. Like I've combed through the series multiple times, and there is some really, like, Min knows what a key party is. In case you don't know, key party is when you go to somebody's house, everyone puts their keys in a jar, and y'all, like, go into different rooms depending on which key you got. It's kind of like spin the bottle, but with having butt sex. It's crazy. And she's just like, oh, it's like a key party in one episode. And I'm like, huh? And then she makes that comment to Bobby where he's like the towel manager or something, and he's like, oh, these roses smell so much better than jock straps. And she goes, maybe to you. And it's like, huh? Like, I mean, good for her. I'm not pointing this out as like a dig. Is that a dig? But it's kind of this undercurrent. It's almost like a character note that they had. A key party isn't a party for keyblade holders? Why can't it be both? Oh, God, no, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I've seen a key party type thing in Riverdale. Ooh, Riverdale is very, very scandalous. She's Min. She wants to win. What's the get? Come on. Anyway, he's a good kid at heart that earns him a ton of emotional investment in his journey for getting a kill. A deer kill, that is. Which would be a gruesome and unpleasant goal for just about any other child protagonist. Holla at ya boy, says D. Gomez 6631. Key parties are very dangerous. Well, yeah, key parties I think were more of a thing of the 60s. So kind of like the pre-AIDS timeline. So I feel like if you actually, fun fact, there's a key party shown in the Venture Brothers, actually. Fun fact, a key party with Aqua. Ooh. I think that'd be too intimidating. I'm actually holding here in my hand, if we can hear it, I ordered the complete series of the Venture Brothers on DVD, because for some fucked up reason they don't have Blu-ray. Well, okay, they do have Blu-ray, but there's like a very limited release of the Venture Brothers Blu-rays where they're like all $70. It's insane. So yeah, I got the Venture Brothers, and I scanned all the episodes, so I have them all on my hard drive right now. I could start reviewing the Venture Brothers this instant, but again, I'm a little tight for, you know, views, and I've really been stagnated on subscribers for a while. Really been stagnated. I've been at like 15,000 subscribers for like 7 months or something crazy. I really need to get back into putting out content that people actually want to see. Bobby is definitely the 13th Seeker of Darkness. I knew that boy wasn't right. Can I make a suggestion? Instead of showing the kill, cut to a scene from like the Big Buck Hunter or something, some other video game deer getting shot, preferably low poly. Yeah, that's the thing is, I think I want to say that key parties were a thing of the 60s. Don't get me wrong, I'm not well versed in key parties or anything. I go by what people have told me. But you see, code name Gamma. The thing about trying to get other footage and hunting down stuff like that is that you quickly fall down a rabbit hole of editing and trying to get a whole bunch of stuff like that. Like already, next time you watch one of my videos, I want you to like tap your foot or just kind of take note of every single cut where either my avatar changes position or that we see like a scene from an episode and then it cuts to something else, either my avatar or another part of the episode or something. Each and every cut is its own thing that takes me like 2, 3, 4 minutes to do. And especially if it's like an image that I have to either Photoshop myself. Sometimes I spend like 15 minutes trying to Photoshop something for a quick joke, and it's on screen for maybe like 3 seconds. And it really holds up my production. And I have actively actively had to try to hold myself back from trying to get these like Picasso perfect, because while people definitely like appreciate the jokes that they make, I've heard people say that they just use my videos for background noise and the visuals kind of don't even matter really. And that's fair. Completely, totally fair. I don't want to say anybody's wrong for watching in one way or the other, but it's a whole thing. So the program that I use for editing is, what's it called again? I recently updated from an older version. I use Vegas Pro 22. Vegas Pro 22. I was using Vegas Pro like 14 for like my first year or two. But I recently decided to update. And fun fact, by the way, if you buy any equipment for stuff like this, where you're making money off of this, you can claim it on your taxes as a business expense, which I would highly recommend. I'm a modder. Yeah. Oh God, I can't imagine how much work goes into mods. Ugh. Joseph's hunt being especially demonstrated. Big kill. Them or us, blah, 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 grotesque hunting expedition. Oh yeah, this is really creepy. Look at this. This is something that Bill says in the episode. I remember my first buck took 6 shots to take him down, and there was no usable meat left. Phew, man, this show can really paint a vivid picture with its effective dialogue. The thought of that poor animal taking 9 total shots, I'll do... Actually, a total of 9 shots. 3 when it had already been brought down, likely with Baby Bill trying to shoot it in the brain, but failing, is the kind of hideous shit that makes hunting unappealing to some people, like moi. Yet, that concern isn't much of a worry to Hank. No, there's something else gnawing at the inside of his urethra. You're afraid of spending time alone with him. Ah... Now you see, this is the kind of shit that makes King of the Hill one of my favorite shows ever. Because Hank isn't afraid of spending time with Bobby for any of the usual sitcom reasons. He doesn't eye-roll at Bobby's cringe jokes about girls or nerdy Star Trek shit, even though Star Trek is full of hot guys and girls. No, Hank is worried that he's not going to relate to or understand what Bobby talks about or is into, which could create a rift between the two. It's the kind of awkward pain one feels when they ask a friend something like, so, what do you think of Invincible Season 3? And they respond, I don't like superhero shows. And a small part of that connective tissue between you two withers forever. And that's all I got so far. How many words is this? This is... Oh, that's interesting. Exactly 1,555. Okay. Should I do this? No, it's kind of cut off. That's fine. I'll get rid of that. Okay. Now, actually, comes the part where I have to start writing. Is he related to Amelia? What would be a good way to reintroduce Octavio to the reboot? Probably having him show up with Dale? I don't know. Do you think Hank cried harder when Ladybird died compared to Cotton? Probably. Yeah, I'd say so. Oh, good. Yeah, $39 for Adobe Suites gets written off my taxes. Perfect. Hey, can't stay long. I need to sleep for work in the morning, but I hope you're doing well, and good luck with writing. Thank you, Nerdster Stein. Nerdster Stein. Perfect. How'd you learn film editing? A lot of watching tutorial videos on YouTube. A lot. Lot. Oh, could be worse. They could say... Hello. Could be worse. They could have said, man, that Omni-Man, he's got, I don't know which I love more, his ideas about humanity or his cheeks. Womp womp. I could have said, man. There we go. All right. So what do I do now? What do I go? Hank is worried he's not going to relate to Bobby. Talk about it. Actually, no. I'll say Hank being concerned about his, I'll say relatability? No. You know, Gasoline, I did something very similar to that. Like, in one of my videos, I can't remember which one it was. I think it was when they all go to Mexico. I put in a whole bunch of, like, Goku standing around in certain little images, like hiding in the corner. And it was way too subtle, and nobody noticed it. And I'm like, man, I can't be that subtle. Darkness says, sup, man? Just wanted to send you some love from way back in the Boshi area. Used to watch your videos back then. Good stuff. My goodness, there's somebody who remembers from... Wow, that's like... God, like 10 years ago now. I used to run a video game commentary channel called The Invisible Gunslinger #1. And it was all about just doing Let's Plays and stuff. And it never really got that big. Yeah, the Boshi. I played this video game called I Want to Be the Boshi, which is a spin-off of the game I Want to Be the Guy, or an unofficial remake, and it was a whole crazy big thing, and it kind of got a lot of attention for how small my channel was. Oh, good. See, somebody noticed Goku. See, I don't know if people notice stuff, because obviously no one's going to comment on everything. But yeah, sometimes I'm not sure if certain things get noticed. Gotta go Goku searching. I don't remember if it's the Mexico one, so don't go looking too hard. Yeah, but I used to play. You know what? Fun fact, something that you guys might not believe me in saying. If you guys know the Olaf from Colorado, been here from the beginning. Thank you. Wow, from the very beginning. Nice. Wow, thank you for the time and attention. If you guys know the channel, the video game channel Merg, he does a lot of Undertale and Boshi stuff and challenge runs. I think he's doing a lot of, what is it, Silk Song right now. He and I actually used to be a little tight when I was running my other channel. He actually sent me a video, because I was stuck on this one portion of the video game I Want to Be the Boshi, and he sent me a video of him beating it, and he's like, oh, here's the tips on how to do it, like, really quick. You know, he sent it to me, like, over Skype or something. He watched my stuff way back in the day, and he seemed to be pretty interested in it, and I'm not going to be smug enough to say, well, that's what inspired him to make his videos, because I think he was already making videos, but he hadn't blown up. But yeah, super nice guy. I lost track of him when I kind of, like, left my old channel behind. But yeah, I was very glad to see he super blew up. He's got like 1.5 million subscribers now. That guy is cranking out the content, and it's really good stuff. I've always kind of wondered if I should like reconnect or try to reconnect with him, but it feels like beating it, huh? Yes, he sent me a video of him beating it on Skype. Ooh. I've always wondered if I should like try to reconnect with him, but it seems like it'd be too much of like a starfucker kind of thing. Like, hey, you're really popular now. Remember me? Remember me from when you were just a regular human being like us? Like, I don't know. I don't want to bug him. Scratch. Not relationship with an M, with his son is very relatable. And something that I feel most parents experience at least once or twice in lives, if not constantly. Beating it on Skype sounds about right for when Skype was popular. Beating the video game I Want to Be the Boshi, not beating his schmeat. Oh, God, schmeat. You might as well bug him. It's yeah. It's no. I get exactly what you mean. It isn't like I stand to gain anything, but you know that it's like trying to reconnect with somebody that you only knew through the internet like 12 years ago. So he probably doesn't even remember me. It's fine. Anyone who has been trying to understand what the fuck 6-7 means, or Hey there, Hippo the Hippo. Man, that's a good username too. Hippo the Hippo. I love it. Or how to whip the nay-nay. Will understand what Hank is going through. Yeah. Yeah, like, it's so... I feel like, this is a symptom of, I think, the flood of robot calls that happen out in the world, where it's like, we're all kind of aware that getting a phone call or getting a random text from somebody can, like, feel like you're bugging somebody, because, like, we already have enough to deal with, and now, oh my god, this guy from 10 years ago is trying to, like, hit me up and say, hey, how about that Skype video or whatever. Like, I feel like people, even though it's tough, because I have somebody, I used to be in a D&D group with a guy who lives locally. His name's Bo, and Bo is a great guy. Him and I never had any issues or anything. He invited me to D&D, and I was there for a long time. I was one of the only people who showed up consistently. It was a group of like 8 people, and like every other day, or we met once a week. Every other week, rather, like 3 people would just be missing, and we wouldn't run the session unless there was at least 4 people. And there were times where it would just be me, Bo, and like one other person, and it was really annoying. So eventually we stopped doing D&D together. But then, like a month or 2 later, he texted me, and he's like, hey, I got a new D&D group getting together. Do you want to, like, come and join in? And I just never got back to him, and I feel so guilty. Like, I didn't have a bad time or anything, but I was just really busy with doing other things, and then a week turned into a month, and then into 3 months, and we still haven't talked. That text was from, like, a year and a half ago, and I feel so bad, because it probably was a good time, but now I feel too awkward, and it's a whole thing. I can't wait for King of the Hill. Deal with inflation, gets really angry. Megalomart sells expensive meats. Oh yeah, that's that one's a little while away, but has been trying to that Bread Ward. That would be a very interesting plot twist if Merg was trying to get in contact with me, and I'm not using my old channel anymore. That's the whole thing. It is difficult. It really is difficult. By the way, I think this 6-7 thing, I think it literally is like, it's funny because it doesn't mean anything. It's like 7, 8, 9. Well, even that's like a pun on like, oh, 7 consumed 9. But I think 6-7 is just one of those things where it's like, oh, get it? It doesn't mean anything. It's just a little code word. Kids come up with stupid stuff all the time. It's you don't really need to decode it. It's fine. Like, you're not that old. It literally, I believe, means nothing. It actually, in today's society where, you know, information and phrases become new. And by the way, I like that phrases and stuff like can like just burst onto the scene. I'm an English major guy. I like seeing language evolve, because believe me, if you have to try to read Chaucer in the original, you know, written way it was in like the 15th century, you really appreciate how much English has evolved and how it's become, I don't want to say dumbed down. It definitely hasn't been dumbed down. If anything, I think it's become more like tied in with cultural references, or like it's definitely morphed. Yeah, 9-10, a big fat hen. You see, like, what does that mean? It just rhymes with hen. That's all it means. It's no like, oh my god, are the kids trying to come up with some code word about killing chickens? Oh my god, you know. Yes, exactly. The 21 thing, where it's like, what's 9 plus 10? 21. Exactly. It's all the same sort of thing that people reinvent, and I think that, you know, it's the sign of being old, or like a curmudgeonly old person, is not that you don't understand what this new phrase is. I think the sign of being curmudgeonly is when you don't understand what it means, and you say, well, you know, back in my day, we actually had phrases that meant something, and it's like, well, these mean something to people right now. It's not like very familiar, but it's something, so you just gotta accept that, like, I don't really get it, but it's what the kids do. I remember learning Beowulf. Yeah, Beowulf's tough to read. Chokey the chicken from Rocco's Modern Life. Mm-hmm. Oh, Vine, too. Vine had a lot of... I mean, that's where yeet comes from. Yeet comes from Vine, you know. What does yeet mean? It just means to throw something. And it just comes from that one video of the girl going, "This bitch empty, yeet," you know. It's all fine. I'm actually astonished that language hasn't evolved more rapidly with how the internet is connecting us all, and there's not smaller subgroups of like phrases like, "Oh, you don't get it. This is a term only used in this community or this community." Like the Warhammer people say this, and then it spreads to this people, and then it's, you know, "Hey Bobby, what's a skibbity toilet?" You know, it's a whole I think what it is, the clash that we feel, is that we kind of come into words that we don't like. What is a skibbity? Like skipping? We don't understand where that is, so our brain kind of misfires. And it's like, wait, that's not a word. I shouldn't have to know what that means. But now it kind of is becoming a word. So, yeah, tubular, bodega. Whenever I hear the word tubular, it makes me think of, see, this is another like little small community thing. It makes me think of Super Mario World, where one of the hidden levels was tubular. Doom scrolling. Like, see, like some of those are just inherently like, oh, doom scrolling. It's where you're scrolling through your phone and you're looking through bad news or whatever, and you just go and go and go, and you get stuck in this like dopamine rush of just, there's so much there is a glut, I love using the word glut of information, and we all try to like keep on top of what's going on because we don't want to be left behind, but it's really stressful. I'm sending you to the Ohio Shadow Realm, Jimbo. See? And that's where I think it can be really fun to take old stuff and like kind of filter it through new stuff. Like I really like seeing like new phrases or like new audio clips being sort of like used with like old Simpsons stuff. I love some of the hardest laughs I get are when like new memes will happen and God, I'm stammering here. See, this is why I have my scripts. God, whenever I say that, it reminds me of Bobby when they're like, "Oh, Bobby, you can't have your props. Like, we're grounding you. You don't get your props." And he's like, "Oh, I don't need my props to be funny. I'll just, like, you ever notice how you can't take away my props? You can't take away my scripts. I need this shit. I need all of this. I need it. Otherwise, I stammer." What was I saying? There's an interesting phenomenon where when a new meme comes up, we filter it through all the other old memes. And I think that's really interesting. I think it's really cool when a new phrase or clip or something pops up. Like a good example is Invincible. It's a new show. It's about kind of an older comic, but new show, there's new clips, and we use those clips in like to reference like older SpongeBob memes or older Simpsons memes or whatever. And I think it's really funny. Like you've probably seen this. Like there's a clip of Goku talking in Hank's voice where he's like putting on armor and he's like, "Oh, you wouldn't think this polymer would expand so much." You know, I love when stuff can cross-breed and cross-pollinate like that. It's so interesting. That's the real culture right there. That's the real advancing of information and sort of, like, I don't know, just our awareness of what things mean. It's so interesting. Anyway, back to writing. It's easy to interpret this as disgust or cringe. Yeah. The think Mark think. I actually never mind. I'm gonna go off on another thing. Yeah, but in this case, I think Hank is showing a common emotion that we don't really have a word for. The desire to preserve a shared understanding without tainting it with social awkwardness. We'll just say shart. Yes. You know, I gotta say, Instagram, I'm not on it a lot, but Instagram is... I'm going to give it a bit of praise and a bit of criticism. Number one, I think Instagram is where a lot of really good videos show up. Like, I see stuff on Instagram that I never see on, like, anywhere. And just the weirdest shit will show up on Instagram, and it's very interesting. And I love that they have a save feature so I can save it and then show it to other people later. But the problem with Instagram is if you go into the comments, oh my goodness, Instagram has the worst comment section of anything. And I've been on a lot of platforms here and there. I've been on, MySpace, Facebook, back when it was Twitter. I've been Reddit. I even had like a little 4chan account for a little bit. And let me just tell you, even though a lot of them have reputations for being like bad, for some reason, Instagram is just vicious, personal, so racist, so sexist. It's blistering. I can't believe it. Like, I don't know. It's just, like, you kind of expect it on, like, 4chan. It's like, whatever. It's almost like that's so advanced that it becomes, like, you don't know where the irony begins or ends. And it's not, it's a whole thing. But Instagram is this weird, like, the people there are so fucking stupid. And so confidently stupid and so weird about their, like, everything. It's terrible, so hateful, so personal. It's, well, again, like, 4chan, I think, obviously has an earned reputation for being really racist, but I almost feel like it's like a cliche now, and it's sort of like those people who were racist on 4chan kind of grew up. And now it's harder to get, like, 4chan is harder to break into than Instagram. As soon as you have a Facebook account, you have an Instagram account. And there you go, you're just in. You don't need to go to 4chan. You don't need to see all the messages. You don't need to try to, see the anonymous whatever. You're just, boom, you're in. It's really weird. Although, I will say, YouTube comments are a very weird place too. Because YouTube comments are, like, 99% perfectly fine. I don't get, like, weird stuff anymore. But back when I was first starting, like, you kind of come to the realization with YouTube, anybody who has a Gmail account has a YouTube account. So you will see people who are barely literate. Like I couldn't even interpret what some people were saying. It was insane how, like, just these people couldn't communicate. I was like, you don't spell, I'm trying to think of an example. You don't spell fast with a Q. I don't know what you mean. What? Are we speaking the same language? English. I don't know. See, I don't even want to say English because I'm sure a lot of people who don't speak English have Gmail accounts and they just go on. Blah, blah. It's just a whole thing. It's a whole thing. You see, anyway, we'll say, we'll write an essay. No. We'll just say shart for short. Although I sharted myself, had I woken up and seen this looming over me, up. Do you guys remember this in this episode where Bobby's really excited to go hunting, and so Hank goes to sleep and he wakes up and Bobby's just standing over him with a gun? It's really, really creepy. Dang. Peggy had it right. That boy does have a killable need to kill. Look at him. Look at his dead eyes. It's a boy who wants blood in his fruit pies. Blood pies. No. What a beast. I'm trying to think of a good transition, because I do want to talk about Hank. What's my word count at right now? Okay, good. I'm kind of trying to shoot for 3,000. Stop staring with me. You see, Hippo, that's a good reference. I would love to put that in. I've tried to put SpongeBob clips in before. They are really touchy. Surprisingly touchy. What a beast. I can understand why Hank would be hesitant. You know what? Taffet, or, how do you say that? Trandifa for Productions. I have thought about doing audiobooks, but I looked into it, and something that's important to remember is you would have to you're only capable of reading public domain books on YouTube. And I don't know if I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream is in the public domain. You can get into a little bit of trouble for just reading a book, even on YouTube. So I have thought about it. Don't think I haven't, but yeah, I don't know. I don't really feel like I'd be good at reading something like Frankenstein or something. Viacom has a reputation being opera with copyright. Yeah, it's funny. It wanes. Actually, I should tell you guys this. That 100 questions video that I did just the other day, here, I'll let you guess. How many copyright claims do you think I got on that video? It's more than one, but less than 100. When is the next South Park review? When I have enough room to breathe financially. When I do some more King of the Hill videos and they kind of do some Trandafear. Oh, thank you for correcting. 6-7. You're quick, Autumn. You're quick. You're real quick. But yeah, I would love to do the next South Park review, but the South Park thing, neither of those videos did very well view-wise, so I need to be a little careful with what I'm doing next, which is why I want to do some more King of the Hill. So I would say I'll do another South Park video like after 3 or 4, because I do still want to do it. I would love to do a lot of shows, but you kind of gotta go where the money is. Hippo, I actually love you for knowing what the Gutenberg Project is. Oh my god, I use the Gutenberg Project so much in my master's program where I needed to use because again, the Gutenberg Project, for those of you who don't know, is a giant catalog of public domain works. And you can find Shakespeare and stuff, you can find all kinds of good Christopher Marlowe, you can find Chaucer, I believe all the Greek stuff, you can find, I believe, the Scarlet Letter, and a lot of the Hawthorne stuff on there. What is it? The Gables story? Oh, what the fuck is it? I remember the Gable. I can't remember the Gables book. Speaking of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, Ted and Ann from Toxic Doomed Yowie. Oh, Ted. Oh, Ted. Now there's a twink death. You know what I mean? Origin of Species. See, tons of public. You should really check out the Gutenberg Project. It's a great resource. The website's a little outdated. It's a little clunky to get around, but it's good. Well, I have to give it to Wise Guy, because actually on that last video, I had 48 different copyright strikes on the video, on my 100 questions video. 48 separate instances, and by the way, each of those instances can have multiple sub-instances. So for example, it would say, we've detected that you're using the Ms. Wakefield episode, and it'll block it, and then it will show me all of the instances in the video where they've caught it. and that was like 5 per. So whatever 47, yeah, I would want to say the average was like 4. So 47 times 4, that's like just under 200. It was really close. I was actually surprised. Very good. And I was so lucky that mirroring, flipping horizontally, the image solved all of them. It completely threw off the copyright robots, and I was able to put up the video with no problem. It was amazing. I couldn't believe it. Every single one of those 47 instances, their copyright detection thing must be so shitty, because just a simple... It hasn't worked before. I think it was with the Leanne video. Yeah. Breadword, you know what you're talking about. I would have to submit 48 different appeals individually and explain why each and every one of them is fair use. And I'm pretty sure if I copy-paste my responses, they'll, like, think I'm a robot and will just auto-reject it. But yeah, for some reason, when I was editing the Leanne video, even when I mirrored it and kind of, like, zoomed in on stuff and I tried to throw it off, it still was giving me a real hard time. It was really rough. Actually, I think I was still kind of paying attention to what Squirrel Tactics was doing at the time, and I believe that episode also gave him problems. I think he had to re-upload it like 2 or 3 times. So I don't know what it is. It's something about Leanne's big old butt or something, like, tips off all the robots. And by the way, these are not YouTube robots detecting all this stuff and putting the claims. These are coming straight from the Disney Corporation. These are Disney, like, when I look at the appeals, it says Disney Incorporated. Oh my god. Snipe Dog says, money is meaningless, so you can have 2 of my bones. Thank you for the bones. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the dollar. I don't mean to talk about all my financial stuff in like a donate way, but thank you. I do really appreciate that. I just mean in terms of like putting out video projects, you know. Wolfman Art says, what up, Skeleton Man? Doing the things a skeleton can. I'm doing good. I'm just writing Good Hill Hunting review, talking with people, answering questions, doing that thing. To go hunting with Bobby. And it is interesting. I actually have never spoken to Squirrel Tactics. He did leave a comment on one of my posts a long time ago. I think I forget what it was. He basically said something encouraging, and I was like, oh, that's nice. He knows I exist. So we know it's like, it's kind of like how people knew that Neptune existed by like the orbit of Uranus, or was it Saturn? One of those, they could tell that because those planets weren't orbiting in alignment with the the like rules of gravity, where like the planet was kind of wobbling a little bit. They're like, oh, do we need to rewrite all of our understanding of like how gravitational forces work? And they just said, no, what it probably is there's another planet out there that's causing things to wobble, kind of like how my avatar is wobbling right now. And so I feel like that's the relationship I have with Squirrel Tactics, where we both kind of influence and we know about each other, but we don't really collide. I've never spoken to him. He's never spoken to me. Yeah, so it's... I have no idea. It's a whole thing. I enjoy this channel a lot. Play as many episodes as I can during the holidays for my student. Oh no. Please don't play these episodes for your students. Oh my god, I say the worst things on here. That's horrible. Oh no. I can't make... Oh god, now my mind is running through all the horrible things I've said. Ugh. But thank you. I thank you for that. I hope your students are over the age of 12. Otherwise, they're going to be very confused. Would doing South Park episodes at random be more entertaining than going in chronological release order? You know, that's the thing. I would probably be able to get a lot more money from just going and doing whatever. Oh, okay. Thank God. Thank goodness you meant like King of the Hill itself. I was like, no way. Don't show my stuff to anybody. Oh no. Wow. See, you never know what kind of people you're going to meet. Wow, these little stories. I don't talk enough with my community. I had no idea that someone's recommending my stuff to their students. Thank you. I'm very flattered. That does mean, oh my God, people, money. Part says for $10. Wow, that's thanks for all the bones, people. My goodness, I'm not used to this. Have you watched any of Shady Durag's videos? And if so, what are your thoughts on his work? I see you two as some of their more adequately spoken King of the Hill reviewers. So, Shady Durags, I am aware of. Be right back. I use your videos as baby sensory. Hold on, I gotta answer Part's question. So, Shady Durags is an interesting person, and I don't typically like to speak about other people, either good or bad, because I think that YouTubers typically should try to leave each other alone. I once, said some words about, what's his name? Wendigoon, and people did not like that, even though that was like an hour into like a different video, and I only talked about him for a little bit, but I was like, yeah, I don't know. He really kind of sneaks in. He Trojan horses in some messages that I'm not kind of a fan of, and people hated me bringing that up, and fairly so. I think when you speak positively about somebody, they're like, oh, good, this YouTuber likes this other person. Yes, that kind of affirms what I like. But if you have problems with somebody, and I'm not saying that I have problems with Shady or Squirrel Tactics or anybody, I try to stay as neutral to everybody as possible, because I don't think it's my sphere, my kind of arena to get into critiquing other people's channels. I like to just stick to critiquing the show, because that's easy. It doesn't put any good or bad feelings out there. By the way, Hazelnut Puppy says, I'm about to head out, but I want to thank you for making these videos, as well as cultivating fine commentary. As you noted, so much online vitriol, but your thoughtfulness, like yours, is the sort of community is cultivated, is a refreshing change of pace. Thank you very much, Hazelnut Puppy. Good sentence. So, anyway, to answer your question, I have watched some Shady Durag videos, and I'm going to give him praise for two things and then two critiques. Two praises is he's clearly like the big King of the Hill guy, and he has cultivated a surprisingly large audience. I was actually surprised to see that some of his BoJack videos, which I haven't watched, but it's weird that some of his videos are so short. I think there's one BoJack video that's like a minute and a half, and I'm like, whoa, that's weird. So it's impressive to me that he's been able to create such a big community off of, I don't want to say, because I do too many long videos. I think he has the advantage of doing shorter videos more quickly, and that's really important, to put things out consistently and kind of give people what they want. He takes the opposite approach that I do, where I just go chronologically. He goes, and does anything. He'll just drop in on any old thing, and I think that has a lot of appeal for people, because it's completely random. You don't know what you're going to get. And I think that in a weird way, the way I'm doing it is kind of a bad thing, because while it's nice to have the reliability of like, oh, he's just going in order, I know exactly what I'm going to get, I think that people sometimes will stay more subscribed because they don't know what's coming up next. So they want to know, oh, I don't know when he's going to put out another King of the Hill review, so I want to stay subscribed. So if he drops it, boom, I'll be right there. So I think that does have appeal. So that's that. I think he does good rhetorical work, and he clearly knows how to play the YouTube game. Whereas I can understand that I struggle sometimes. I'm not always the best. I'm inconsistent. My videos waver here and there. They're not as focused. So that's that. Two critiques, though, of Shady. Critique number one. I think that there is a risk, and again, I don't know him personally, but I think he kind of strikes me as somebody who potentially might fall into the like red-pilled kind of online sort of person, which I'm not a big fan of personally, but again, I don't know for certain. And even if he was, like, it's not that big of a deal. That's just sort of like something that's a little off-putting. There's a few comments here and there that I've seen that are a little like, but I don't know anything about him personally. But, it's tough when you're watching somebody's reviews, because innately they're personal views are going to... I think there is no such thing as an objective review. We all bring in our subjective things, opinions, beliefs, whatever, and there's a few little points here and there where he'll talk about, like, capitalism, or, like, I think he labels himself as, like, an entrepreneur. And it's like, I kind of get what you're saying, but you're just a guy with a YouTube channel. You know, you're not a real entrepreneur who's creating some big business or taking a huge risk. Don't get me wrong, YouTube is definitely a risk, but he kind of, I don't know, there was one video where it's like, he was kind of bigging himself up, like, oh, I'm this big entrepreneur. And I'm like, kind of. So that's critique number one. And then thing number two, this was the one take that I was like, I was watching one of his Avatar videos. He hasn't done many. I think it's when he was talking about the Avatar episode, which, by the way, I would love to do Avatar. Avatar would be so interesting. I know it's been reviewed to death, but hey, that's kind of why I made the whole channel that name, because it's like, hey, you can't complain about me talking about stuff that's been talked to death, because that's what I do. But I was watching one of his videos on Avatar, and it's the episode where Katara goes to that one camp, like the internment camp out in the ocean, where they're all in like this big like coal mining thing. Yes, you're completely right, wise guy. Objective review is completely an oxymoron. But so there's the point where Katara is like, she wants to save these people from this prison, this out in the middle of the sea prison. All the firebenders have these earthbenders, and yeah, the earthbending prison, exactly. And there was just one point in the review where Katara's like, I'm gonna stay here and help these people, and Shady said something like, why? Just get out of there, we gotta go. And I was like, what? What do you mean, dog? Like, those are like people in a concentration camp. Like, what do you mean, just leave? Huh? So that kind of caught me off guard. The rest of the review was fine, but just that one sentiment was a little like, So I think he probably meant it as like, oh, the Avatar needs to go and do his training. Like, we can't just, stop and smell the roses. We got to keep moving, get to the objective, train Aang to fight the Fire Lord and whatnot. But it was just a little sort of twinge. And I don't know if I would have made that same choice. So, but again, that's the thing about giving someone praise and critiques, is critiques are not a bad thing. I critique my own stuff a lot. As you can see here, as I'm going through and talking about all this stuff, I change my words, I take stuff out, I put stuff in. I think critiquing, we tend to take too harsh of a view of critiques, I think. I think it's that we treat people, especially people on, like creators like me, as, oh, they have to have everything completely sorted out. They have to have the correct opinions on everything. And if they falter or they say something that I don't like, then they're cooked. They are not a good reviewer. I can't trust their opinions anymore. And like, what are we even doing? I'm out of here. They said something and I'm gone. Now, there's a fine line, of course. If someone says something like abhorrent, like they reveal themselves to be just like, whoa, you said something and that's like batshit insane, like what the fuck, then you're completely, in your own right to leave and say, ooh, that was a bad experience, better move on, there's more content for me to see. But there is a lot of pressure in trying to get everything right, exactly right, every time. So for me, I tend to be a little, I tend to be forgiving of people who say awkward or weird things, because sometimes like stuff that you write on here like seems fine, and it's just like, oh yeah, that's like a funny joke, it'll come off well, and then you read it out loud and you kind of are like, ugh, that wasn't very charming, was it? Like what will happen a lot of the time is I'll zero in on something, like just one line, and I'll be like, yeah, that's a good line, but then I'll kind of forget that there's like heavy context around it. Actually, let me see. Here's another script I was working on. This is the Pretty Dresses review. I just barely started it. And the title is, So Bill Wants to Die. And it's hilarious. And I'm like, that's a placeholder title. I don't know if that's a good title for this episode review. Probably not. I just was kind of coming up with anything. This video is brought to you by Zoloft. where your boners may die, but you won't. In case you don't know, Zoloft is an antidepressant medication. So, Bill wants to kill himself. He doesn't want to go down the sewer slide. He's not going to self-murder or unalive anything. He's not yeeting himself into the ground or buying his own farm. Nope, the episode tells us what's going on in clear, concise language. He's just suicidal, Peggy. He's not crazy. Ah, what a great friend you are, Hank. You won't let Bill go to therapy, but you also won't let him die. So, like, this whole thing, like, the pretty dresses thing is going to be very difficult for me to write because I don't want to come off as dismissive. Yeah, it's... The episode is really funny, and King of the Hill does a great magical job of you know, I'm just going to write this down. As I'm talking to you, I'm going to write this down because this is good insights. This episode does a really fine job of making this lightened, TV-friendly version of depression feel approachable and sanitized. Yeah. And it's, you know what, that's actually a breadword, you know how to play the game. And it's hilarious. You know, it should be die, and it's hilarious. Wants to die. I can't imagine how the story pitch for this episode went. Hey guys, you know, it'd be great. Did you say pie or die? If Bill tried to bash his head in with his nightstand drawer, or lazily dropped himself off the roof. It's a joke to die for. Get it? Get it? Sigh. Look. There's really no way for me to talk about this thing. Mike Judge, I got an idea, guys. Oh my god. You know that depressed walrus man we got? What if he wanted to die? You must die, Bill. Without coming off as either too serious or too dismissive of serious issues. I hope that we all cut ourselves some slack when it comes to this episode, to this subject matter, as you'd be hard pressed to find Kill Bill. You see, that would be a really good description for the video, because if I put Kill Bill in the title, then it might get too intermingled with the actual movie. You know what I mean? It's tough. You gotta kind of think of what the YouTube algorithm would like, kind of, how is it gonna plug into other things? It's a good reference. Don't get me wrong. That's great. Something more challenging to make feel funny. Oh no! Oh no! You're right. Cut us some slack. Ugh. Oh no! It's about suicide. I think that if this is a subject that is genuinely upsetting or for you, then it's best to just move on to the next review and leave this one behind. No shame there. No shame, but I do want to talk about this subject frankly. Oh, really? That's interesting. Poor Bill. I did see I saw like a little clip where Bill was like in his house and he was like really fat and he's like, "Oh, I finished all of Netflix. Did you know they give you like a suicide call or something if you finish all of Netflix?" Or something. I'm like, "Oh my god." Because I think well, some people, by the way, you'll notice a lot of the time in these scripts I'll use some people. This is kind of my go-to, like this is my way of addressing like things that I know are on people's minds or could be, you know, where it's like, I'm aware that probably some people, I did it again right there. I am aware that there are people out in the world who, you know, are going to take an episode about suicide very seriously, and they're going to be like, "Man, my brother, my mother, my father, they all supposedly killed themselves while I was at home, and everyone thought that I did it." You know, people will overshare like crazy on YouTube. To the DK kill screen on the arcade. Yeah. Are you going to do Star Trek videos, specifically Deep Space Nine or Voyager? I would love to do Deep Space Nine and Voyager. But the last time I tried it, copyright was a bit of a bear. Actually, that is the only time that somebody or that a company has copyright claimed a video after it came out. Like that. Usually when copyrights happen, it's when it's still private, and I deal with all the issues. The little robots will come in and say, "Oh, I don't like this," or "I don't like this." My one video on Voyager where I talked about how I didn't like the episode Retrospect, like 2 days after it was up. Maybe even, no, I think it was the day that it went up, like 3 or 4 hours later, Paramount claimed the video and took it down, and that killed all the momentum. It was allowed to go back up after like 22 days, but nobody even noticed. When a video goes back up after being released from copyright claims, it doesn't get pushed back into people's feeds or anything. It's just, it's viewable on your channel, and I guess it's being shared around, but people don't get notified about that. So that always kind of tweaks me off a little bit about how Paramount handled that situation. I'm fine if they have copyright complaints, but at least deal with that before I publish the video. So again, I would love to do Star Trek, but Paramount does not love me doing Star Trek, probably because I gave that a negative review. For some reason, that specifically reminded me of one comment IHE got saying like, "Oh, my brother who passed away loved Minions, so you're not allowed to hate on the Minions." Yes, people on YouTube take things really personally, and it's really like like it's I understand why people do it. I really do. This reminds me of a very personal story that some might consider oversharing on the internet, but this YouTube comment section seems safe. Exactly. People, I don't want to say that I could probably get people's social security numbers off of YouTube, but I am certain that there are some children on YouTube, some genuine babies who wouldn't know what it is. This guy claiming to be Mr. Beast asked me for my social security number and he'll send me $10 million. Here you go. Bye. You know, it's, and you know, it's tempting because I almost want to lean into it. There's this sort of like, they're going to be there anyway. So it's like, why not just try to like piss people off and like say like, man, that's suicide, who cares, you know? But then it's like, then you come off as too dismissive to like normal people, and it's like, oh my god, this guy's a fucking monster, you know? So it's, you just kind of have to ignore them. Besides, most people don't even read the comments. When was the last time you went to a YouTube video and scrolled like more than 5 comments down on anything? Nothing. Never. I will maybe swap the comment section to newest if like it's a really old video and I want to see if anybody's been around. Like, oh, has anybody commented on this video like in the last like 5 years? Oh, it turns out one person did. How neat. But like most people just see the stuff that floats to the top. You don't have to worry about the weird stuff below. It's the whole thing. It's interesting. It is weird. As someone with a personal connection to whatever you're talking about, I find it hilarious. I think it's fun, but I'm on board, blanket statement. Everyone out here protecting their egos at the cost of looking inward and changing for the better. Is it weird because what do people think of the episode then, if that's what the episode's about? Yes. You see, fair enough. See, here's the thing, is sometimes I feel like I worry too much. Like this whole segment, I actually could probably cut this whole thing. This is just me being anxious. This is me being like, oh my god, people are going to be like, they're going to come in and be blah, 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 about suicide or whatever. But you are, Jeremy, you are in the minority. In that case, you've been to the trenches. You've seen what goes on in there. It's the Wild West down those comment sections. My goodness. You know what? In fact, I'm just going to take this out. See, sometimes you gotta be okay saying something once. You don't need to reiterate it. And sometimes I'm guilty of doing that. You just gotta be like, this is what it is. That's what it is. It's suicide, for God's sakes. How the fuck are we keep this squeaky clean? It's a messy subject. Quite literally. Oh God. That's a tough one to write. This is pretty dresses. I was just writing down some general thoughts. I really should get back to this Good Hill Hunting, the Bobby thing. Jokes on the fake Mr. Beast models. I already have my social security number. To the real Mr. Beast. Yeah. To the real Mr. Beast _ 467894. Yeah. And it's really fun to see Hank dragging his feet. That that meeting he has with the license guy has some... See, one thing... Can I show... Yes. Something I try to do is I look for certain words and see if I'm putting stuff... Really is something that I try to look out for. It's not really... See, that's okay. It's really close. See, that's okay. Oh, really? Thought of any mammal. There we go. Pretty justice should definitely be a priority. And the other episode where he says, he does, when he's like, oh, my dad used to make me wear dresses. Oh, pretty dresses. That's fine. See, this is the kind of stuff that, again, I don't want you guys to have to think about, because I think the fun of YouTube videos and YouTube essays is just like, they come out, and there they go, and I put them on. I don't really have to think about it. I did put too many... Yeah, I did. Oh, shit. How do I... There we go. That's not how you spell license. Yeah, it's... What was the... I think I used to use the word especially too much. One of my professors told me to never use a semicolon ever again because I kept fucking up He's like, you know what? You just don't understand how to use them, so just don't do it. I'm like, but I think I know what it means. No, don't do it. Okay, fine. Sheesh. Has some naturalistic dialogue that's fun to listen to. Yeah. There. I think the guy says they're a real issue to Hank, the counter guy. But the protests. Something like that. I'll put in that clip. It's just, I need something enough to, like, show me where the clips are. Did you know that in Spanish, that because the pun idiomatic Goodwill Hunting is just called the Indomitable William Hunting? I didn't know that. I did put too many Hanks and Bobbies. He has with the license guy. Yes. Yes. I was very bad at using the semicolon. This thing. No. Okay. By the way, I have to say a big thank you to everybody for, talking with me so much. This whole writing thing is very isolating. I don't have coworkers or anything, so keep me company while I'm doing this. And for your very kind donations, don't think I forgot about that. Again, big shout out goes out to Part, Sticky Sweet, and let me pull it up here. Snipe Dog. Actually, that's XX Snipe Dog 72XX. Get it right. Come on. Sheesh. For all the bones. Thank you very much. My professor no longer lets me share anecdotes about alcohol since my last outburst. Oh no. You just stood up on a desk and shouted, "Fireball." Yes, it is. I'm on the West Coast, so it is 11:30 for me. But yeah, I actually want to apologize that I'm not writing so much, but I'm glad that we have all these things to discuss. I hope you're not bored, and thank you for being here. If you guys got to go to sleep, that's okay. I'll probably just be doing this anyway. So, I wanted to prove to you guys that I'm actually working. You know what I mean? Because when enough time goes by, it's like, hey, does he even know he has a YouTube channel? Hey. It's like, yes, I do. I'm sorry. What if you just deliberately misuse semicolons and call them skelly-colons instead? Now that's an oxymoron. Skeleton colons. Your colon is showing. Just call us your interns. No pay, no credits, no reason to remember us. Now, this is the thing though. I remember things more if I say the name out loud, which is why I'm trying to specifically say oh, this and this and this. Hippo the Hippo. I will remember that name. I'm bad with, remembering things if I, just read them, because I read so much, but saying them out loud. There we go. Sorry, Hank. No. Hankleton. Early bird gets the license, as they say. No. Sorry, Hankleton. No. Good news, Hankleton. You just got served up the perfect excuse to disappoint your son and send him on a spiral into blue ball bloodlust. Most parents would kill. No. Remember. Can only dream of such an opportunity. I should say before that, love how they mention the Twig Boy protesters. Little unseen groups like that being mentioned, not really, makes the world feel alive, and that there are events slash happenings going on outside of our field of vision. Makes the characters feel like they're not entirely in control of what's happening, but instead are influenced by outside forces that only sometimes come into our view. That's not a strategy that I would encourage for most stories, as you typically don't want big surprises coming out of the woodworks suddenly change the whole of the narrative. But for the purposes of saving time and giving an amusing explanation for why the permits aren't available, this works just fine. Sorry about that. Every video upload is a treat, no matter how long it takes. It's worth the wait. Thank you very much. But I will never, ever, ever make people wait as long as I did before, when I had to kind of, lock in and finish up my MFA program, where I didn't upload anything for 4 months. I actually wrote it on this little whiteboard that I have. I really should take a picture of it and upload it. It's my little whiteboard with all these little rules that I have for myself. Let me turn around and read some of these. It's rule number 1 is to have fun. Rule number 2 is to not let a dour comment get me down. Rule number 3 is to keep moving. Don't let a bad video or a bad video performance send me into a spiral. Oh my god, this video didn't do so good. Oh fuck. Just keep moving, keep uploading. Yeah, so I think those are the 3. But the big thing that I put above all those is I wrote down how many days it was between my longest streak where I didn't upload anything. It was 128 days. I never, ever want to go that long, even half that time, without uploading anything. I am lucky, damn lucky, that this channel isn't completely dead after taking that break. I just got totally swamped. I completely underestimated how hard that MFA program was going to be, and I just fucking got overwhelmed like crazy. I had to take on some odd jobs to make ends meet and whatnot, but because video production takes a lot of energy, it's much easier to just show up someplace and just get a paycheck really quick and then go home, and there you go. When I'm here working on YouTube videos, there is no differentiation between work and just sitting here and playing a video game or watching a YouTube video on my own. It's the same place, so there's a lot of bleed over. And by the way, thank you, Debit Adams, for coming in. I recognize your profile picture. Sorry, just had a little gas there. Recognize your stuff. You're always commenting. Thank you very much. So yeah, I never want to go that long without uploading anything ever again. Let me just say that. Anyway, good news, Hankleton. You just got served up the perfect excuse. But good news, Hankleton. And hey, there's the double benefit. Getting both a child that can rip. No. And just look at how Bobby is taking the news. He loves it. And then I'll cut to Bobby eating the deer fruit pie. And I'll put the Doom 2016, like, rip and tear. Despite... No. Yeah. I don't blame Peggy for locking her doors at night. The kid is screaming into the air in triumph and has already shown the ability, no, the willingness to enter the master bedroom with, no, dare I say strapped up? Because he has the gun. He's standing over Hank with the gun. No, I'll say, because strapped up and in the master bedroom is not very appropriate. Jeremy, that's a really good question. Really, really good question. So, I have not tried doing video game reviews, and I'm probably not ever going to. If you're talking about the games, I wouldn't do video games because I've heard video game reviews have very, very, very low earning potential. I wouldn't have a problem talking. You know what does a really good, what kind of videos do really good is videos that say like, oh, explaining the lore of blank. People like that sort of stuff. And I have to say, I think they'd be very easy to do because I would not have to worry about any copyright at all. But the trade-off would be that I've heard, again, I don't know, I haven't made one of these videos, but the trade-off would be that the ad revenue and whatnot would probably be really low from what I've heard. It does have interesting lore. I will admit, a lot of games have great stories. In fact, one of my older, well, the other thing that I was streaming is I was streaming Mario RPG, which is one of my favorite stories ever. I love Mario RPG. It's got a great story, but here's the thing. I am not in the position right now where I can just make videos on anything I want. People like Shady Durags and Johnny Two Cellos and even Squirrel Tactics now, they are big enough and have enough videos in the backlog that get consistent views that they kind of have this passive income from older videos still getting views. And they can just cruise and they know pretty much no matter what happens. Because actually, I've looked up how many views they get. There's this website you can go to. I think it's called... Oh, what is it? It's like Video Blade, Social Blade. It's Social Blade. It's socialblade.com, and you can punch in people's YouTube accounts, like their names, and you can look up how many views they got in a month. And you can track them. It's all publicly available. As a matter of fact, here, why don't I try to pull that up? Let me see if I can pull that up. Social Blade. Okay, let me make sure things are good. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, God, there's so many fucking ads on this stupid thing. I like your Star Trek review. Thank you very much. That's very kind. I think this is good. Okay, so here's the website, Social Blade. So let's just go to Squirrel Tactics. I think that's... I don't know how to spell... Okay, so here you go. Squirrel Tactics. So here's his information. Again, this is all publicly viewable. This estimation is completely off. I don't know where they get this estimation. Totally wrong. But as we can see here... Actually, hold on. I need to move this a little bit. Right. Okay. So, that's subscribers. Here's views. Monthly gained views. Recently... Oh, it's kind of held up by the chat. He got 1,384,000 views. And by the way, I can confirm, because I've looked up my own channel on here, these view numbers are accurate. I've compared the view numbers that it reports on my channel versus what I actually get. Completely accurate. So, I'll just tell you. I'll let you know. Well, nah, maybe I shouldn't let you know. That might be a little too personal. Here, I'll do the quick math in my head. I won't say whether it's the same math as like what I get, but I'll just tell you right now, in general, again, I'm not going off of what I get. This is an aggregate. I've heard people go higher. I've heard people go lower. I think the lowest niche is gaming. Gaming gets about $1 to $2 per 1,000 views, whereas something, I think the highest revenue is real estate or tech, I think. I think they get about $25 to $30 per 1,000 views. Yeah, I know, right? Stupid ad. So let's just say 10. Let's say, for the sake of argument, 10. If he gets $10 per 1,000 views in this month, August, where he got 1,384,000 views at $10, that means in that month he made $13,000. $13,000 to be precise, $804. This peak right here, 2,474,000, guaranteed minimum $20,000 that 1 month. Minimum. All right. So when people say, oh, why don't you just do this? Or why don't you review this? Or why don't you try that? I would love to experiment and try other things, but I'm not here. I'm not even close to here. All right. I'm kind of in the toilet, to be honest. Things are getting rough. Yeah. And again, this is me potentially lowballing. It's a lot of acorns. Why don't we look up Shady? I'm not going to look up myself because I'm too embarrassed. My numbers are bad. I'll just say that. My numbers are really bad. You know, that's personal, but whatever. Shady. Shady's views. There we go. 1,400,000, 1,500,000, 1 million. Even on his lowest stuff, February 2023, 2 years ago. At 10, again, I don't know if it's 10. I'm just saying 10 as an aggregate. But if he's getting $10 per 1,000, $10 per 1,000 views, then minimum $3,000 a month. Minimum. And peak, I think it's this one, 1,773,000. And by the way, this is not counting donations. This is not counting Patreon stuff. This is not counting if people get like sponsored stuff. This is purely from ad revenue. But I would have to guess about $17,000 in 1 month. That's my guess. So if you're in these numbers, then you can afford to kind of experiment and do whatever, because you've got guaranteed minimums. Me, I was kind of okay on some minimums, but again, with like car stuff and, you know, I have a situation worked out with like my sister where we help each other out, okay? I help her, she helps me, blah, blah, blah. So I'm good with where I am. I'm good in my smaller position. But I'm not going to be good forever. And that's why I kind of need to zero in and lock in and just do King of the Hill, because it's getting a little sketchy, not going to lie. It's getting a little sketchy. And again, this is not me saying this information to like I'm just saying it as objective information. All right? It's just a situation. And it's not anything that you guys can rectify. It's just what I need to do is I need to put out more content, and I need to just be more in the game. All right? And I need to give people what they want and not take a risk doing something that they potentially might not care about. I could do Doom. I could do Bob's Burgers, or I could do BoJack, but those are completely untested markets. You know what? I want to show you one more thing. I know I'm sorry. I'm talking too much about stuff. I want to look up one more thing, and I want to show you guys this because I think this is very interesting. And this is kind of, I'm not going to lie, this is kind of what inspired me to give South Park a try. So, this is a channel called Armchair Analysis. All right. I don't know if anybody's heard him. He's only done 43 videos. His oldest video is from 1 year ago. Probably a year and, I don't know, like 5 months. It'll only swap to 2 years when you've hit the official 2 years. So this might be a year and a half. This might be like a year and 9 months, year and 10 months. I don't know. Anyway, 25,000 views. You know, here, I'll zoom in a little bit. It's very candid. These streams are, I don't hold anything back. 25,000 views. Not too bad. That's his very first video. But again, it's over a year ago, so probably got some increased stuff. 6,500, not very good. Looks like this was in the middle of the election thing. 72,000 and 92,000. Now we're starting to get up there. Every South Park media reference, 585,000 views on an 11-minute video. All right. Now we're getting to serious shit. 180, 160, 546. These are big numbers. 1 million, 556. Million, 1, 2, 666. This right here is the big era. 26-minute long review, 1.4 million. Boom. Although, I do want to point one thing out. This is very interesting. Right here, this video, this only has 49,000 views. This one has 387. This one has 203. This video is restricted. If you don't know, you can turn on a thing on YouTube called restricted mode. If you're like someone who doesn't want to see controversial stuff. Oh my God! Part, again, with another donation. How did you feel if someone did a critique video on you? Would you respond? Also forgot to say, huge fan. Thank you very much. And thank you for the bones. If somebody did a critique video on me, I think there is a lot of material for them to critique me on. There is a whole bunch that I could say. I'm not very consistent. I'm too long-winded. I get too into little jokes. For example, look at these videos. These videos, 15 minutes, 16, 15, 15, 1, 16. My videos, even though people love long videos and they tell me that it's really refreshing to have this stuff, shorter videos, like 15, 20 minutes, whatever, perfectly fine to do. Perfectly fine. So my videos are too bloated at times. And again, this is just me being critical of my own stuff. You don't have to agree with this. Yes, completely. I would say, anyway, so my biggest critique of myself is I need to be more consistent. And I need to actually give people what I want. I try to do my own thing too much. I try to experiment when really what I should just do, they can't take away my semicolons. They can't. Is I just need to focus on King of the Hill reviews. This guy isn't doing anything other than South Park stuff, and it's doing gangbusters. I tried to do South Park stuff because, again, this channel here, my channel, I started uploading King of the Hill content a year before this guy started doing his stuff. He has 111,000 subscribers off the back of 43 videos. I think I have like 73. And I mean this in the best way possible. His videos aren't drastically different from my stuff. His editing and whatnot, I mean, he writes good stuff. I've watched a few of these videos. These are good videos. These are informative, well-constructed, funny videos. They're good. But they're not like, holy shit, oh my God, this guy's a professional video editor. He's doing shit I can't even fathom, you know? It's very similar sort of skill set, him and I. And so seeing this stuff, I was like, you know what? There's still a huge audience for South Park. They got new episodes coming out. There's a million people that watched this video from just 5 months ago. And so I tried to do some South Park stuff, and it didn't even get over like 5,000 views. And I'm just sitting here going, okay, I get it. Like, that's a me problem. That's not a problem with my audience. That's not a problem really with YouTube algorithm. I need to focus on what I can do to make things better for me. What is within my power? Not just complaining, not just why me, why that, blah, blah, blah. So when okay, I'm actually going to tell you guys one other thing here. I'm going to take this away for 1 second. Let me see if I can open something else. I was actually going to make a roadmap video. I had it completely written up, big roadmap video. Here it is. And I was going to tell everybody, this is a script. This is a script that I had written. This is, I clearly rewrote it a couple times because I made a copy of a copy. But anyway, this is a video where I was basically saying, this is going to be a quick discussion of what's happening with my channel, how the content is going to be structured moving forward, and a few decisions I made after some deep reflections. It sounds serious, but don't worry, these are all good changes, blah, blah, blah. I actually recorded some Dead Rising footage to throw in the background. I was going to make this whole video talking about what I wanted to do. And what I was originally going to do was I was going to say, okay, I'm going to alternate between King of the Hill and another thing. You know, I'll do a video of King of the Hill and then like a South Park. Or I'll do a King of the Hill and then like a BoJack. Or I'll do King of the Hill and then another South Park or whatever. And I was going to alternate. But then I realized, like, this video that I'm talking about here, and by the way, I was also going to talk about Season 14, where I'm like, I really like Season 14 for what I've seen, so I'm going to do it after Season 13 because I want something to look forward to. I was planning on saying all this stuff, but then I realized, like what am I doing? I just got to lean in to what I'm good at and what people really want. The numbers, like, some of my King of the Hill videos have, like, 70,000 views. And so I'm just going like, man, there is a whole bunch of people that really want to see this subject from me. And I'm trying to be Mr. like, oh, it's my channel. I can do anything I want. I want to talk about this or whatever. And just bounce all around. But people don't want to see that. People want consistency from me. At least right now. Again, the reason why I showed you Shady and Squirrel Tactics stuff is because they're where I want to be. They are where they're safe. They can get, and again, they put in hard work. They're not just like on easy street for like, oh, they just get a whole bunch of passive income because they're just guys or whatever. I don't know. They worked hard. They put out a ton of videos consistently. They're entertaining people. They're doing what they're supposed to do as YouTubers. They made it. And I need to try to do the same thing. Again, not by being like fake or artificial or like, oh, I just got to do this to make money, blah, blah, blah. But I have to go and do things that people want me to do. That's just how it is. And if I ever get to the point where I am bigger like that, then I can experiment. Then I can alternate. Then I can try to branch into other things. But I have so much of King of the Hill left to do. There's like, I think I'm on episode 42. There's like 259 episodes. I still have over 200 to go. And I've been doing this for like 2 years. What the fuck am I doing? You know, I need to put this stuff out like now. I need to do it immediately. I need to be putting out a video like every 3 or 4 days. So it's very stressful. And I decided not to make this video because I realized it's too much of a peek behind the curtain. I mean, you guys are getting it right now. I didn't anticipate saying this on stream, but it's interesting. And I just decided, you know, I'm explaining too much. I'm telling people like, oh, this is what things are going to be, instead of just doing it. You know, that armchair analysis guy doesn't make videos talking about, oh, here's how many South Park videos I'm going to do, or here's what I'm planning on doing. He just fucking puts out the videos and it does gangbusters, you know? So I just need to simplify. And that's being, and this is the same thing for anybody out there. You know, if you want to do, you could do video reviews. Anybody can do video reviews. It's perfect. It's great. It's one of the best formats ever, because you can, I mean, don't get me wrong, you still have to play the copyright game, and it's challenging to navigate, and you have to get good equipment and all this stuff. You know what, Mr. Siegel, that is exactly what I was afraid of. If I make this big dog and pony show about how I'm going to alternate, and then I don't, and it's like, well, you know, you said you were going to do it, and then your plans changed, so why even bother saying it? Mr. Siegel, you get exactly what I'm talking about. That's actually very sweet of you to say, DPR too. Like, don't get me wrong, I grew very, very quickly on YouTube. I hit 1,000 subscribers in 2 weeks. I'll never forget it. It took me 2 weeks to get 1,000 subscribers and to get monetized. I was monetized super fast. Super fast. I actually looked at Squirrel Tactics stats back in the day when he was kind of, because I passed him quite quickly. I think he had been making videos off and on for about a year. And then I come along and I make all this stuff. And then we both started sort of like blow up. He starts uploading more often. I start uploading more often. It was this very interesting thing. And then I got kind of held up with school and the master's program. And he was able to keep posting consistently and grow. And unfortunately, I had to make a decision on, do I want to leave school and put it all in on YouTube? That's a bad decision, because what if copyright takes down my channel? Then I basically kick myself out of a master's program for nothing. So it's a whole thing. Again, I'm so sorry that I'm stress talking and explaining to you guys the situation. I really didn't want to, and I'm trying to keep this very professional. But if you're here in the stream and you're hearing me say all this stuff, be aware that, like, you're getting a peek behind the curtain. This is the big look. This is the big look at the scripting. This is the big look at the meta concerns. This is everything. And I'm sorry to burden this with you, or burden you guys with this. I don't mean to. I did not mean to come in and say all this stuff. But this is sort of where my thought process has been for months. All the stuff that I'm telling you guys right now has been, like, I know it's easy to sort of like be like, I don't remember when that guy's uploading stuff. Like, it's been like 10 days since he uploaded something, blah, blah, blah. Out of sight, out of mind. I do it too. That's kind of the wonderful thing about YouTube is you stay subscribed, you wait for a video to pop in your inbox, and there you go. Maybe I'll watch it, maybe I don't, whatever. But for the people who actually make this stuff, I think about YouTube every single day. I either write these scripts or I record stuff. That roadmap video that I showed you, I recorded the whole thing. And I was on the cusp. I actually had cut it all up. I cut up all the flubs. I was about to make it. And then I went, what the fuck am I doing? What am I doing? And so I scrapped the whole project and I left it behind because I'm like, this would be a terrible mistake. I can't do that. So I put a whole day's worth of work into something that didn't end up coming to fruition. And the same is true of South Park. I have like, I tend to write a lot when I get into the zone. So I wrote like 5 or 6 South Park scripts beyond what's been uploaded. They're completely done scripts. They're like 5,000 words or something. But because the videos didn't do very well, I'm like, I can't keep doing this stuff. Ugh. Hello, Satirical Rabbit. Nice of you to join. So that's the whole thing. So. Your thumbnails are the best ever. Get me with the mouse trophy with the laser eyes. Thank you, Carbon Rod. I don't ever really know what I'm going to do for the thumbnails. They just sort of pop up. It's you know what I think I'm going to have to do, because editing is the thing that takes the longest. I don't know if you've answered this before. Working multiple scripts at once. How far in advance do you watch the episodes before writing the script? You know what I'll do? What I'll do is I will usually go to the episode, because I have all these downloaded, and what I'll do is I'll watch it through once, and then I'll sort of think about it. And then when I go to sit down and write the script, as I'm doing now, what I'll usually do is I'll have the episode on my other screen, and I'll just sort of flit through, skip through the episode, see if anything stands out to me. I did that actually before starting the stream. I watched the thing, so it's fresh in my mind, and then I just sort of go like this. Like, I'm not referring to the episode constantly. It should be fresh in my head. So... And I don't really want to go, like, sometimes I do. Sometimes I go scene by scene and talk about it. It's a difficult thing to kind of balance, because if you talk too specifically about one scene for too long, then you have to show, like, you show that particular scene too long. So, like, for example, right here I'm referencing Bobby, like, standing over them in the master bedroom with the gun. I've already mentioned that like once or twice in the video, so I'll have to pull up that clip here again too. And if you stay on one scene too long, you kind of run out of visuals. Because it's like, if I'm talking about one scene for like 30 seconds, the clip is only like 4 seconds long, so what do I put in, It's a whole thing. Um, so the thing that really keeps me going, really, is you guys actually give a shit. like that is so flattering and encouraging that Jeremy, Wise Guy, Mr. Siegel, Carbon, Satirical, Will 12, all you guys, even the fact that you even give a shit about what I think about anything is very flattering, and it's rewarding for me to do. I'll tell you this. Here's the biggest thing that I'll say if anybody wants to do their YouTube videos or try something like this. I absolutely live and look forward to the day I put up a video. The day I put up a video and I know that everybody's excited about it or is happy, or I get a comment like, man, this kind of made my day. I wasn't feeling too good, but hey, this lets me take a little moment out, either to be challenged or to think about something. That's the best feeling in the world. I think I get more enjoyment from putting out a video, possibly, than people do seeing it. I imagine people go like, oh, that's neat. I'll go and watch that a little later, maybe while I'm playing this or that, or while I'm doing laundry or whatever. But to me, it is such this cathartic thing. It's kind of like, you know what? No, that's a bad comparison. I was going to say, you know what I kind of feel like when I put up a video and I know people are watching it and commenting? If you remember, this is a bad example. If you remember in Breaking Bad, when Walt has a bunch of people in prison killed over the course of like 2 minutes, and you just see his watch like ticking, tick, 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 and all these things are happening in like 2 minutes, that's kind of me standing in like my kitchen and realizing like I just put something out, and it's rippling through the world, and people in all different kinds of states are seeing it, and it's so weird. So whenever I hit like publish and I walk away from my computer, I cannot sit at my computer while people are freshly coming in and saying like, "Ooh, new video," or "Oh, blah, blah, blah." I got to go do something else. I cannot be here when the video goes up. So just know, if you see that a video just went up like 30 minutes ago or an hour ago, I'm not at my computer. I'm out like walking around. I'm out going like, whew, man, I just put, like, with that 100 questions thing, I don't know how many people have seen it, but there's some weirdo shit in that 100 questions and mysteries thing that I don't know how it's going to go over well, So I'm like, oh man, they're going to see this little reference or this little joke. Oh, good. So it's exciting and it's fun, and that's how it should be. Review to Death. You are legit by far the best King of the Hill reviewer next to Tactical Espionage. I have not heard of... Let me look that up. I have not heard of Tactical Espionage. Let me look that up. Espionage. That's a good channel name. Actually, no, it's not, because I'm seeing... That's hard to look up. YouTube. Tactical Espionage YouTube. Let's play Metal Gear Solid? Hold on. I gotta know if there's a new King of the Hill head out there. Tactical Espionage. King of the Hill. Yeah, perfect example. That pickle joke. Yeah, that actually I put in that pickle joke because I took something out. I took something out of the hold on, let me put... Yeah, I'll just leave it on the screen a little bit. I took a question out of the 100 questions because that pickle thing was originally supposed to be a question about oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was totally taking you seriously. I'm sorry. I was like, hey, you see, your name is Satirical Rabbit. I should have picked up on that you're being satirical. Okay, I'm sorry. I genuinely thought there was a new person. I was excited for a second. What was I just saying? Psychomantis. Oh shit! What was I just? I got completely thrown off track there. Pickle. Oh yeah. So the question that I took out was, hey, in the Dusty Hill episode, how is it that the guys never never realized that Hank is related to a giant country music star? Like, what's up with that? What's going on with Dusty Hill? How do the guys not know that Hank is related to a super mega rich celebrity? What a plot hole. But then I went and looked at the clip. Like, I went to go find a clip of the episode, and there's a point where Dale says, "Hey, remember in high school when Dusty, poured fake cement over you or something?" He says something about remember the time in high school, and it's like, oh, no, they do know. Apparently, they just, I guess, never mentioned it, but they do say, like, we went to high school with these guys, so I had to take that question out because it's so easy to look up that question. Yes, some of the questions in the 100 videos thing was a little satirical, a little silly, but I said that question as a serious inquiry, and it was embarrassing to me to have such an oversight, so I took it out, and I was like, fuck, what do I put here instead? So that's why I made the pickle joke. I'm just like, I don't know, how many pickles is in a barrel of pickles? So, you gotta adapt. You got to be willing to sort of, push and pull, because what could have been a really embarrassing moment where everybody in the comments would have been like, oh, actually, they do say in the episode that Dusty Hill and the guys went to high school together. How could you forget? Instead I'm just like, fuck it, put in this stupid pickle joke. People will laugh. And then they did. It was great. It turned out really fun. Yes. So, I mean, wasn't it them, like ZZ Top, voicing themselves? They must have liked the show. What are your thoughts on the fake King of the Hill movie trailer? Oh, with Shabu? Shabu is a really, really fun... Yeah, I like the fake movie trailer. It's really good. Dale's invisible and Bobby's 50 feet tall. That's good. That's good stuff. Thank you. Again, please don't stay up on my account, anybody. If you got to go to sleep, please go to sleep. Don't stay up on my account. But I'm very glad to have you all here. So, just know I'm a ball of stress all the time, and it's not anything that you guys can do, or it's entirely up to me. I've been falling off with watching your channel, and I want to say personally that I love your vids and appreciate your content. Yes, thank you again. I'm sorry to say this, Yobi Matt. I could have sworn for a second your name was Yowie Matt, and that says more about me than you. No. Why does Hank's Japanese half-brother look more like Tilly and not Cotton? Because Tilly fucked Junichiro's mom. Somehow. There you go. That's how. Oh my god! Oh my god! Someone... Sticky Sweet sent $5 through Super Chat. With no chat, but just says love ya. My goodness. I don't know how long the stream's gonna go. I'm here answering questions as long as people ask them. Thank you again, Sticky Sweet. You've been very, very kind, and I hope to keep impressing people with what I try to do here. Thank you very much. That 100 Questions King of the Hill video was the most different King of the Hill video I'd seen. Really enjoyed it. Showed how different you are compared to other reviewers. Yeah, I've got kind of a different brain, I think. I can see why no one mentions Dusty being a King of the Brother. No, I just want to know how you find those memes and make these esoteric references, Skullman. I'll tell you how, because I'm terminally online. That's... the internet is just there. It's in my brain. That's how. It floods out of me. I don't know. Are there going to be other South Park reviews? Or are you done with that? I would love to do more South Park reviews. I am happy to do more South Park reviews. I just gotta play the YouTube game and make a little bit more moolah with King of the Hill. And then I'll get back to it. When I feel a little bit more secure, then I'll do other things. But for now, I gotta, play the game, stick with what's safe. That's what I'm trying to do. Kid is kicking and screaming. Good night, wise guy. Thank you for all of your, your name is genuinely, authentically true. You do seem very wise. So thank you for your comments and your presence. Have a good rest. Can't wait for the days you hit us with Raid Shadow Legends or Adam and Eve. Oh, God. Isn't Adam and Eve like a sex toy shop? Oh my God. The MF stands for my friend. Yes. And Siegel, I'll try to keep sneaking in Star Trek reviews. You know what? Pseudo, I'm going to say that I think they really should have put Luann and Lucky in the revival. I understand why they didn't, because it's like, it's impossible to, like, for some people, it's impossible to think of, like, replacing Brittany Murphy and Tom Petty. But I really like those characters so much, and I really honestly wish that they had been included in the show. They would have had to do a voice recast. I understand it would have been awkward, and people would have been probably whining and saying, man, this is disrespectful to Brittany Murphy and whatever. I'm sorry, like, what do you want? Like, I understand retiring the character out of respect for the actors. All right? I totally get it. I'm not saying that, like, King of the Hill should have, like, disrespected them by recasting them, but I don't think recasting somebody is a disrespectful thing, because, like Avatar, great example. Poor Mako died. Uncle Iroh's original voice actor died when the show was still going on, and they did a tasteful, like, tribute to him, and then they got, like, his, like, student or understudy or sound-alike to do the rest of the show. They didn't cancel Avatar because Mako died, even though he was a major character, huge part of the cast, super important person, and I get it. You know, I get why they don't want to recast Brittany Murphy, but I don't see it as a disrespectful thing. I would like to see that character continue on and be in the show. And, you know, if people don't like it and they think that it's, like, bullshit that Mike Judge would say, like, oh, we're recasting Luann, I don't know. What do you want? Like, they're probably going to have to recast, like, John Redcorn. They're going to have to they did recast poor Johnny Hart or Dale. You know, this is an old show. It's full of old actors. And, you know, Brittany Murphy wasn't old when she died, but she died a long time ago. And it's so unfortunate. And poor Chuck, like, this is also another reason why I'm not talking about the reboot, because so many fucking people have died. It's depressing as hell. It's so depressing to think about how many people involved with King of the Hill have died, especially John Redcorn's actor. Poor, I think, fuck, I'm getting his stupid name mixed up with Joss Whedon, because I've been watching stupid Buffy. God damn it. Fuck you, Joss Whedon. Get out of my head. John Redcorn's actor. I believe it has Joss. I believe the name has Joss in it, correct? I'm really... Oh, God, it's late. I'm trying not to reveal how, like, cooked I am right now. My brain. Please, someone in the chat type John Redcorn's poor actor. This is awful. God, why couldn't it have been Joss Whedon? Jonathan Joss. There we go. I kept thinking, like... I'm like, John and Jonathan... I'm like, oh no, it can't be that. It must be something else. But it is. It's Jonathan Joss. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Yes. Yes. It's so heartbreaking that Jonathan Joss died so violently, and Chuck Mangione died, and Brittany Murphy died under very unfortunate circumstances, and Johnny Hardwick died too early, and it's a nightmare. It's so horrible. And frickin' Tom Petty died of a heart attack, of all things. Like, the guy must have weighed 120 pounds, and he died of a heart attack at, like, 54 or something ridiculous. Like, it's... Like, I'm not going to go so far as to say the show is cursed, because I think that's kind of silly to say. It's just, you know, people getting older and dying, whatever. But... Or just unfortunate circumstances. But the reboot kind of has this thing, this, like, call around it, this very unfortunate set of circumstances that is impossible to ignore. The elephant in the room, you know what I mean? And I think that's why I'm more content with putting it off a little bit, because I want some of the sting to be taken out, you know? Especially when Jonathan Joss died. That was such a fucked up, like, God... Satirical Rabbit, you're right. Betty White did die. Oh my God, Betty White was connected with the show and just died at 99. 2 weeks, by the way. 2 weeks before her 100th birthday. Ridiculous. Chick Mangione. I'm not a chick, I'm a dude. Womp. God. Anyway, so bottom line here, though, and by the way, I'm so sorry that the visuals are so just me sitting in front of a fucking Word document. I had music. I had some music lined up that I could put in the background. I've been so busy answering questions and whatnot, I completely forgot to put it on. I was gonna put I totally intended there to be probably 3 people who come in and be like, "Hey, what's up? This is pretty cool," and then just me silently blah, 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 you know. But everyone's been very generous and very engaging, and I'm very, very lucky to have so many people asking excellent questions. And this is what the hard work. This is what the hard work of doing videos is about. This is why I try to put the personal touch of putting some of my own personality into these videos, because, well, I don't want to get too parasocial, I think there's a risk of people. The first name that comes to my mind is Pro Jared. Pro Jared is the face of parasocial. I know he didn't cheat on his wife, or maybe I didn't follow the whole drama. It was a whole thing that I just did. It got too messy, and I didn't want to get involved in it. But from what I heard, he had some strange, inappropriate, allegedly, I guess, interactions with some fans, sent some pictures over Discord or something. I don't know. To my brain, Pro Jared is the face of parasocial relationships, and so I don't want to go that far, but I do think that being a reviewer, you do have to kind of have yourself be a little vulnerable. You know what I mean? You have to kind of put a little bit of yourself out there to make yourself feel a little relatable and understand where they're coming from. But you don't want to lose sight of the show. The show is the main attraction. You know what? I hate to say it. You'll all appreciate this reference. King of the Hill is Chip Block, and I'm Mr. Popper. You know what I mean? We all know Mr. Popper, the puppeteer, is the guy we come to see. But it's really kind of Chip Block that's the pulling in, the main attraction, you know what I mean? And that's fine. I like that comparison. So it's a whole thing. I'm glad that I even have Chip Block. I'm glad I even have the show to do, so I don't have to sit here and make windshield wiper sound effects. God damn it. I was tempted to do that for 30 minutes, but maybe not. I'm with you on the reboot. I feel like it's back. That's yucky. Yeah, it's I still think the reboot has from what I've seen, again, I've only watched part of the first episode, but I'm impressed. I think it's turned out better than I think it had any right to. I think the reboot is a miracle. For all the things that were working against it, for all the expectations that people had for it, from what I've seen, it's a miracle triumph that it turned out as good as it did. I was honestly expecting, when it came out, to just see people say, "Oh, this shit's awful. It's terrible. They ruined King of the Hill." It's so on a pedestal. It's so untouchable. It has such a huge, long-standing fan base that has been around for fucking 30 years that it's how could you ever live up to people's expectations? And yet they seem to have done it. They have done at least a marginally good job, and people are happy, or at least not miserable. Sure, people probably have their nitpicks, and that's fine. I don't think having nitpicks is a bad thing. I'm nitpicking the show right now. Here, I'll say something really weird. In this review, I'll say, I do think that, that said, I do think Bobby goes through a bit too many mood swings in this story. He goes from murderously mad with fruit pie lust to super depressed and barely able to muster the will to kill a fly. Fly. You know, one time I forgot how to spell the word Y, and it I was like, what the fuck? Fly. I'll never forget. I was like 12 years old, and I was trying to write something, and I thought I was having like a fucking stroke or something. I was just like, how do you spell Y? Like, it's not that. Is it this? Is it H-Y? No. It's that. No, that's hey. It's H-Y, W-H-Y. I don't know. It was so weird. I just had that brain fart has stuck with me my whole life. Crazy. I watched the whole season, not buying Hulu for one show, but I've watched a few friends. Pretty damn good. Hate Khan's new voice actor. I haven't heard Khan's new voice actor, but yeah, they probably... Yeah, I could probably see that. Hit and miss. They've done good things, keeping vibes, pacing the same. Hope Reviewed makes a video on it. But man, I see Squirrel Tactics make a video on the topic. I want to know that song Bobby listens to on his Walkman, also being made flat pancake. Huh. I didn't know that was like an unknown thing. Reboot is the best of the modern reboot of old animation domination reboots. Futurama doesn't even touch its peak first 4 seasons. Simpsons never ended. You know, I have heard, though, that The Simpsons in the last, 3 years has been doing pretty good. On one of the last live chats that I did, I heard people say, the last, 3-4 years of The Simpsons has been getting pretty darn good. Not golden age, but, season, 9 to 13 good. Allegedly. And I mean, hey, people are still watching. It's getting another movie. What the fuck? How the hell is The Simpsons getting another movie? Whoa. That happened to me the other day with the word drawer. I was like, there's no way it's a drawer. It has to be like drewer or drower. It's weird. Definitely could have gone to Pirates of the Caribbean after World's End. Let's be real, definitely better than I anticipated. If they had a different VA for Dale, ended up recasting Lucky and Luann, would have screwed up the positive reaction a bunch for us towards the reboot. I wouldn't have had a negative view of the reboot if they had recasted Lucky and Luann. I know a lot of people would. You know what? I'm willing to put a bet. Here's a bet. Because I know that they... I think it was... I think it was Bobby's voice actress. I believe she said that they had recorded, because I think she was talking about Johnny Hardwick dying. She said that they recorded the first 2 seasons of the reboot. So, what we've seen so far, and then the next 10, the next, season, what would be 15, 10 more episodes of that. And I'm willing to bet you, not maybe the next season, but if they do a 3rd season, bet you they bring Luann and Lucky back. I think they'll do that because with how strong the reception is, how positive. Hey, I'm not saying I don't like the reboot. I haven't even touched the reboot. I think it's good from what I've seen. It looks good. I'm only saying positive things about the reboot. I think because they tested the waters and they saw that people really like what's going on with the reboot, I'm willing to bet they'll bring Luann and Lucky back for possibly the 3rd season. That's a swing in the dark. I think it's possible. Though, through, thought, tough are all 1-2 letters away from each other. Oh yeah, it's super confusing. Here's one of my favorite words. I'll type it big. Did I spell that right the first time? I think I did. Hey, recalcitrant. Recalcitrant means in obstruction to or against authority. That's a good word. You can throw that in there. I can say, yeah, I ain't getting out of your way. I'm feeling a little recalcitrant today. It's a good one. Makes you sound smart. You should investigate music used in all the seasons of King of the Hill, because by God, Mike Judge picks the best music. He does. He one of my favorite ones is when they used Love Hurts when Bobby's going up the hill with his gout toe. Great. Love that stuff. Orthogonality. I think when words look like... Man, Got such a smart chat. My God. It's bordering on too silly. Especially since he regresses into baby mode. By the way, please don't stay up on my account. I did not intend for this stream to go on so long, but people have been really talking a lot, so about good questions. Please, again, if you have to go to sleep, please go to sleep. Don't stay up on my account. I will definitely be streaming again at some point in the future. Maybe I'll make this a regular thing. I don't know. People have really responded well to this, although I haven't gotten much work done because I needed to connect with people, and I'm glad that I did. So thank you for being here. If you got to go to sleep, I need to actually get something done. I need to be productive. Because if I end this stream, I'm going to go back to playing Slay the Spire again for like 3 hours. And I need to actually do some work. Okay. Calcium supplement. It's going to give me kidney stones. With that, I'm not done with the stream, don't get me wrong. I'm still going to go for at least half an hour. But I do need to focus on writing. If you got questions, please put them in, but I might get to them a little slow. Weird little kid who looks more like Rugrats. Who is that boy? Eh? Another question. Malfeasance. I love Slay the Spire. I just got into it. I just got into Slay the Spire like a week ago, and I've already got like 20 hours into it. It's bad. That's why I'm doing the stream. I needed to get away from it. Oof. Thank you for being here, Snipe Dog. Really, really do. It's great to interact. Very excellent. Sea Viper on SF6. Hype or not? You know, I gotta tell you, Sticky, I like Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6 is the first Street Fighter game that I've actually taken seriously enough to get a pad, or like a arcade stick rather. And I've had to put it in, like I had to put my arcade stick in the closet because I was playing it too much. I'm like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Also, good night, Productions. Sorry, I can't say the first part. So I haven't actually played Street Fighter 6 since Terry came out. I've deliberately stayed away because I was playing it way too much. You know what? This is specifically a question for Sticky. I'll answer your Sea Viper question, but you got to answer this question. Who do you think that I mained in Street Fighter 6 pre-Terry coming out? I wasn't around for May being terrifying, but Sea Viper, very hype. I like Sea Viper. She's good. She seems more technical than the game normally has. She's good. Good design. Really like her hair. Her alternate colors seem really good. She seems more like she's a character for the Street Fighter 4 people, which I never played, but people like it. Norman French altered the pronunciation. Knife going, becoming modern knife is really funny. Man, Hippo, you're such a scholar. My goodness. Hello from Oregon. Buffy or Venture Bros? Buffy. I gotta go with Buffy. Playing Hades 2. Hades 2 is on my wish list. I've actually gone back and I never finished Hades 1, so I gotta try to beat that. Got King of the Hill, watching a dude, right? King of the Hill. Cammy? No, not Cammy. Jury. I'm sleepy now. Good night, Emperor Parallax. Good night. Thank you for being here. I should try to stream a little earlier, I think, instead of doing it like 9 at night my time. Sticky, you actually got it right. I was a Manon main for a long time. Oof. I love Manon, even though she's a shit F tier character. I love Manon. Oh goodness, she's good. It's funny, when I was doing Street Fighter, I would do kind of like more niche characters. Like I didn't do Ken or Ryu or Cammy. I was always I was always drawn to like Lily or Blanca or Manon, and I just sort of settled on Manon. Because she is a tall, hot French lady. So, I was kind of, I was manipulated, I say, by French propaganda, for a follow-up 100 video mysteries. Good night, pseudo hippie. Good night. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Yeah, I should probably end the stream soonish, because people are going to be like, oh, man. Man, I should really do this again, like, next week or the week after. But anyway, for anybody who's got to go soon, just know that I'm still working. Like, this is... How many words is this? 2,000. You know how long a... I think it's a 25-minute video is? I think a 25-minute video is 2,700 words, I believe. Maybe as much as 3,000. So... So it's getting up there. Yet Bobby's characterization in the episode. Oh, you want to see No. I've got some scripts that are like 7,000 words, easy. I believe novellas are between... Oh, I want to say... I think they're like 6,000 to 25,000. I think that's how big a novella is. Short story is like 1,000 to maybe 7 or 8, I think. I think 8,000 is too long for a short story. Once you get out, yeah, it must be 9,000 to 25. I remember Carrie, the Stephen King's first book. I think that's 34,000 words, I want to say. So it counts as a novel, but just barely. Would you ever review an 80s cartoon like He-Man or Thundercats? I was not really a He-Man or Thundercats kid growing up. I kind of missed the boat on that. That was just a smidge before my time. I'm sure there's an audience for it, but I got my hands full right now. What really carries this thing, as he is the emotional... No. He... resolved. And by the way, G-Man or G-Men, this like ability to write this much stuff, if I really sat down and I just shut up and I listen to music and I zone in, I think I can write about 3,000 words a day. And that only comes from practice. Pure practice. It's not like an innate skill of mine. You could do it. It's like playing the piano. You're fine. Skullduggery, one question. What do you think happened to Dooley, the fat kid with the braided ponytail, and the nerdy kid with the rat teeth? Do you think they should return to the reboot? So that is Dooley, Clark Peters, and Mike Soto. God, I'm such a fucking nerd. I think it'd be fun to see them come back. Although, from what I've seen, again, I think I like that King of the Hill's reboot is introducing new characters instead of just, like, everybody from the old show is back in Pog form. I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense that not everybody would still be in Arlen. Some people move away, some people are still there. So by having not everybody show up again, everybody's here, it makes sense. I understand that. I'm glad to see new faces, and I'm glad to see some returning faces, but, you know, it's not just we held everybody in a bubble and aged them up 15, 20 years, and then we let them out. So, my word per minute? Let me actually see. I've never actually checked. Words per minute typing test. Probably not very quick. Let's see. I think this website's good. Oh, big ad. Give me a 1 minute test. Give me medium text. Dark mode, please. Give me the test. Give me the test. Oh my god, I can't see. I'm sorry. There's a super chat coming in right as I'm doing this. Do I have to capitalize it? Ah. Uh. There we go. Show my test results, please. Oh my god! I'm so sorry. That was fucking crazy. That ad blew my fucking head off. Jesus Christ. Whew. That was awful. Apparently I'm at 56 words per minute. So, not that impressive. Well, okay, apparently okay. Again, sorry for that. I win $25. $10. I appreciate the dedication you put towards episode. The writing just comes naturally from you. Sticky, you are indeed too sweet. I really, really, really appreciate your very kind donations throughout this stream. Let me get rid of this shit. Ugh. Well, there you go. 56. 56 is the number. Sorry for blowing your guys' heads off. Gotta save this clip and some Fortnite gameplay over him typing furiously. So, you know what? Here, I'm gonna try typing raw. I'm gonna try to type up. What did he say? What did that guy say? Like 250 words. He struggles to do 250 words. I'm gonna do 250 words. And I'll show you how quick it can be done just off the cuff, how easy it is, and you can do it too. Let me display the word count while typing. I'm going to type 250 words. That's going to put us at 2,352. And let's see how long it takes. I'm going to actually wait for the live counter here. My head was blown off a few hours by a coworker. I'm going to start typing when the counter gets to 3 hours and 3 minutes. And I'm going to see how long it takes me to type up 250 words. With original original thoughts in this review. Like, I'm not going off a template. I'm just typing. Here we go. He embodies the emotional stakes we want to see resolved. Without him being the rambunctious little... rambunctious little... Oh, fuck, I can't think of a word! I'm not even like 3 words in. Shut up. Okay. Without him being the rambunctious little little killer that he is, this story would be at risk of falling too much on Hank's shoulders, which is the issue that I had with the shooting episode, where was too locked into one emotional state and it made him feel more like an obstacle to be overcome instead of an active participant in the plot. So even though when we're looking at this episode with a hypercritical eye and say, meh, that kid doesn't know what sort of thing he's feeling. He's stupid semicolon going through the 10 stages of child mania or something. I would say that there is more of a benefit to writing him with a wider set of emotional range, as Bobby's one of those characters that remains interesting no matter which mode we put him in. It's not an easy thing to pull off, but King of the Hill succeeds in making its characters feel like tonal shifts feel more natural than their peers. Boom! Swoosh! There you go. I think that's 250 words in about 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes. There you go. Go, you can do it, Skelecolon. Just 100 words left to go. Bam. You know what? I'm going to do it again, but this time 500 words. You know what? Actually, I'm going to get us to 3,000. 3,000 words. I'm going to hyper-focus. You guys are going to be right here seeing it on the ground floor. I'll prove to you that it can be done. It'll take like 10 minutes, and then I'll take a little pause, and then we'll probably just end the stream. But I want to get to 3,000 words. Boom. All right? Here we go. I'll do this, and then if anybody has any questions, I'll answer them, and then we can go. And I'll thank you all again. Closeted Wisconsin native. Okay. It's not an easy thing to pull up. Okay, focus. I have 736 words to go. A little bit of math in the head there. What page am I on? 6 of 7. Okay. All right, let me super focus here. It's not anything more natural than its peers. Do it or no balls. No balls. Okay. You heard him. Sticky says no balls. All right, rattle them bones. You know what? Actually, here, I'm going to put on the music. I'm going to lock in just so it's not dead silent while I'm doing this. Here's some background music. Piano. Yes. Yes! The creative process! It begins! Actually, I've been drinking a lot of water, surprisingly. Might help if I turn on the screen. Oh shit, might also help if I move the word counter more in the thing, more in frame. I didn't even notice! I'm sorry! I'm not very good! Gonna need a montage. Here we go. Making its tonal shifts feel more natural than its peers. In fact, it's sort of beautiful how the show manages to take a grim scene of children bringing back large dead animals strapped to their car and make it feel distinctly Christmassy. Oh shit, is it changing? This is one of those videos that kind of changes between things. No, it's good. There we go. Distinctly Christmassy. The juxtaposition of dead bodies and festive cheer allows us to connect with Bobby's disappointment and feeling of melancholy. It's always good when you can fit in the word melancholy. Disappointment and feeling of melancholy. I actually care about, roll it up, seeing him get to kill his deer, and can understand why Hank would be pushed into considering taking his son to such a weird place like the La Grunta Hotel. Scratch. Okay. I can actually see him kind of and pushing, taking a weird La Grunta Hotel. And, even more impressive, this episode actually finds a super smart way of incorporating Eustace just Eustace into the plot. Because of all the useless characters that float around King of the Hill, like Clark Peters and who else is useless? All of Tilly's capitalized Clark Peters, and who's who's a fucking horrible character? Lane Prattley. Lane Prattley sucks. He does nothing. Clark Peters and Lane Prattley. Eustace is the one who falls by the wayside the most. He barely shows up and never leaves much of an impression when he does. By the way, I was actually considering making a like what your favorite King of the Hill character says about you video, but then I realized that I would fucking have to make it on like all the niche characters too, and there's too many named niche characters. It's ridiculous. Whose favorite character is going to be Lane Prattley? If your favorite character is Lane Prattley, then your name is Lane Prattley. Yet, this episode... Oh, swelling music. Oh my god, I'm inspired. Ooh, I feel inspired. Oh my goodness. Manages to make his bland and wet paper bag of a presence interesting, because the episode uses him as a dark counterpoint, a corrupted Hank Hill, the fallen person who thinks that taking his son to a glorified shooting range is enough to make him pass the test of manhood. It's glorified. No, I need to turn this music down. It's a little loud. Hold on. It's too loud. At least in my headphones. There we go. Perfect. Sorry about that. It's great to see someone like Eustace used to highlight how wrong this deer thing is. This deer killing field is. And the episode has a lot, and I mean a lot, of fun with how grossly indulgent the La Grunta is. La Fronta? La Grunt. That's the name of the drug operation. It's La Fronta. With how they handle the animals. And then I'll put the... I'm fat fingering lot. It's a loit. The deer don't stay in the hotel. God, I hope they don't. La Fronta! Alright, we got it. You can just feel that there's something deeply wrong about this place. Especially since they apparently have literal fish in barrels for you to shoot. And, well, that's getting a bit too ridiculous. That's bordering on too silly, too farcical, too Monty Python for the show. Thank goodness they don't actually show us that, or I might have thrown up. Ah! I'm at 2,500. Thrown up from outrage. Rah! Rah! What else? I think... No. The thing that does really work for me about this situation, and the growing tension of Bobby's desire to shoot the deer, defenseless deer, growing tension, is that Hank is trying so desperately to be okay with it. To swallow his feelings of unease and give his son this moment because Hank fucked up and robbed him of the proper hunt that Joseph and Connie got to have. Even though it's a little weird that Con would give a shit about Connie doing a hunt. I don't know what that's all about. Oh my god, the piano's so loud! But whatever. I guess Con was just feeling a little bit of hilly billy Fuck it, Hilly Billy. Even back in the day. Back in Season 3. What excellent foreshadowing. There we go. 2,686. Maybe he just wanted to be a real boy. A real Con instead of Connie merely. Thank you all for the kind words. I am seeing them out of the side of my eye here. A real con man. There you go. Real con man instead of merely Connie. Oh, what is this music I'm listening to? You know, hold on. I'm gonna take a quick pause. Boop, boop, boop. I want to put some other music on. I'm gonna put on. Oh, what's good music? Hold on. I need to put on something a little bit more fun. Because this is all just generic. Let me go to my little soundtracks here that I have. Background music. What am I putting on? I gotta put on something good. Come on. I'm gonna put on. No, not that. You know what? Here. This is something that I could probably never use in a video because it's too loud, but I'll put it on here because this seems appropriate. This is from the Simpsons Hit and Run video game. This is Monkey See, Monkey Do. Boop, boop, boop. Oh God. There we go. Turn the sound down. Okay. Go back to typing. It's blasting in my ears. Am I hearing something weird? No, it's good. Real command instead of just merely Connie. I only got 300 more words to go. Okay, sorry, I hit the mic. I'm hitting it again. I'm trying to adjust it. Connie, free jazz. Hold on, I need to turn my music down. Too loud in my ear. Okay. Things there. Back in the flow. We just want Connie to be a real boy instead of merely Connie. That's neither here nor there. No. Shit. I kind of ruined my flow. You threw off my groove. You've thrown off the Emperor's groove. I'm sorry. Real con man. I'm trying to link it back to Bobby and the hunting of the deer. Whatever. No. I wish we could have seen that hunt. No. Pro tip, by the way. I'm just going to say this. This is something I learned from hearing people talk about South Park. Do not, under any circumstances, say the word hunt too much on YouTube, because YouTube's auto detection system thinks you're saying the C word, and they will take your video and like censor it or like not push it as well. So be careful about using that H-U-N-T word. Little pro tip there. Scene. Through the woods of Arlen and stalking her prey. You know, gutted deer, stem to stern. It could hit the ground. That's not how you spell ground. Ground is not spelled with a W. That's not spelled with a W. No doubt. But for Bobby, it's not that simple. He doesn't have the killer instinct. Because that video game series... No. That video game series is dead. No, it's not. They actually put out a new game, I think. Not when it comes to shooting a deer when it's eating. Nobody wants to die with their mouth full. No, not mouth fun. What is going on with my brain? It's too relatable. A thing that says, "Oh God." No, not stop saying ho! That could have been me. Caught. Not, no! With my pants down while... Not, no! God damn these semicolons! On the reg. Let him live. That's not how you spell meat! For a D grade slab of meat. Over here. I gotta put this over here to remind myself to cut it up. Thank goodness that Bobby, not Body, on his own. Not an illegal or even moral way, but terms of fairness, and it's the glizzy for me. On his own. It's unseemly to have triumphed so viciously over nature that they are born, bred, and marked for death even before. That's not how you spell meat! It's not having more marked for death, while have on their minds is the simple pleasure of going to their familiar feeding spot, totally unaware that they to get their fucking heads slimed by... That's a good saying for a shirt. It is. The deadliest 12-year-old geared 10-year old this side the Mississippi. Wow! So, an act of unspeakable evil, no, mercy, Bobby walks away, showing that he has more integrity and sense of fairness than anyone who shames themselves by shooting those totally helpless animals at the food court. I mean, at the feeder. The feeder! I don't know her, but I'll feed her. God damn it. It's his humbleness. But no, that's too bitter. There we go. I need to stop. Silence. Okay. There we go. Sorry about that, folks. That was what, like 20 minutes of me just... Okay. There you go. That's what I was intending to do this whole stream. Owie. There you go. So now you've seen what it looks like when I lock the fuck in. I just wrote about 1,000 words in about 20 minutes or so. It's not perfect. Where did I start? Where did I start today? I started today, this stream, took shit, it was right around here. Yeah, it was the Invincible stuff. Yeah, it was this Omni-Man thing. So how many words was this? It's not that many. Okay, it's kind of a lot. Almost 1,500. It's pretty good. I think Mark Twain wrote 2,000 words a day, if I recall correctly. But again, he's writing like narrative stuff with characters. I'm just writing spitball, low-stakes YouTube stuff. So, yeah. Deadliest 12-year-old hitman. This side. Alright. So, I should probably be starting to wrap the stream up because fucking 1 in the morning. I'm surprised people are even still here. So, if anybody has any questions or anything, I'm looking at the chat right now. I will answer anything I can, and you know, I'll say thank. I'm really close to finishing this script. All I'm pretty much gonna say is like, it's a cute scene that like Hank gives Bobby the win. Like, he doesn't shame him for running over the deer, and it's a really smart ending because it ties in with what the license guy said, where it's like, oh, there's so many deer and they're running around, they're causing a problem. There's so many of them that they're jumping into the street, into the roads even, and it all kind of ties together. It's really, really smart. And it's really, really sweet that Peggy obviously knows what happened between Bobby and the deer, because she hoses off all the blood on the front of the truck, and she gives Hank a big kiss for basically saying, hey, look, you know, you gave Bobby this win. I can kind of tell that either you hit the deer and gave Bobby credit, which I don't think, I mean, maybe that's what she thinks, but I believe she understands what happened, where Hank says, like, oh, you killed the deer, and then she sees the evidence of the truck, and she understands what Hank did for him, and gives him that sweet, like, you did it, you helped him out. So, yeah, that's always really good. And then maybe I'll end it on, like, question, is neither plural or singular? I'm going to say neither. No. I think it's singular. I want to say. Honest opinion. I think neither is singular. What the fuck? There's 3 deer in your neighbor's yard? What the fuck? It's all meant to be. The stream was meant to be, folks. Well, there. I hope, by the way, if you watch this video in the future, that it may not be word for word. Like, this is all admittedly kind of still rough draft material. I might go in and add in a few more jokes or whatever, but this is looking like it's going to be about, I would say, a 27-minute long video. This is about what it is, I would say. I really should put page numbers on here. No. Page numbers. Yes, please. There we go. Okay, so that's a total of 8 pages. Single-spaced, pretty much. I mean, yeah, it's really, really nice to do the, it's really nice to do these, like, blocks. If you're writing a script, I would highly recommend you do it like this, because if you do, if you make everything double-spaced, everything's way too far apart. And you need to be able to see kind of things closer together. Because you kind of need to see, like, oh, I'm doing this one big chunk. Or I'm doing this big chunk. It looks a little too big to do in one breath, so I need to, like, space it up like this. This is all technically one little portion. You do need to do some audio editing so that people don't kind of notice where the cuts are, which hopefully people don't notice. I think I'm pretty good at keeping them pretty tied up. Even more impressive. So yeah, but this was the raw process. This was me writing, I think, yeah, that was about 1,000 words ish in about an hour. So yeah, this stuff takes a little bit, and again, I'll go back and tidy it up. But yeah, so complete a video. Look, I edited what cut in this draft. It's going to be very exciting. Thank you for these very kind words. And again, big thank you especially goes out to Sticky, Sweet, and Part for their multiple donations. That shit's crazy. Thanks for helping out. I really, really, really do appreciate it. And I hope I've been amusing. This stream went on a little longer than I thought, but everyone asked great questions. And yeah, now you know that I'm significant. And by the way, this is not the next video. This is the following video. I have the 9 Angry Men script all done. This was just me this is me almost having another video done. So I think I might do this kind of thing more often. This was very fun. For me, you are to what King of the Hill is to Real Gyms to The Simpsons. I always click on your videos immediately for my 2 favorite shows. That is extremely high praise, because The Real Gyms is a fucking gangster. He is so good. I admittedly, ever since I started doing King of the Hill, I haven't watched all of his stuff in the last, like, year or so, but I used to watch his stuff religiously. He's actually what inspired me to, he's who inspired me to do the, like, end of the season, like, oh, how was season 3? How was, like, let's rank everything. So that's the whole thing. Evening. Oh, hi, Marabishi. Marshy B. I didn't drown that boy. Oh, you'll like that episode. It's going to be good. What should we call you? Skeleton Man's appropriate. That's totally fine. You can call me Mr. Death. You can just call me by my actual first name. You can just call me Jared. I don't care. It's fine. I'll break the illusion a little bit. You can call me Jared, although you got to spell it right. It's unfortunately it's spelled Jarred. Jard. It's horrible. It's horrible. But that's what it is. Yeah, Jarred. I don't really care. People, I mean, there's people who put their whole freaking first and last names out there. There's Rich Evans from Red Letter Media. I know his name and his face and his last name and all that. Ugh, just don't call me Jar Jar. God, growing up in the early 2000s, fucking with Jar Jar Binks and your name being Jared, it sucked. Ugh. It's Jarred. Jared. That's me. Or again, just call me... You can call me Ray. You can call me Ray J. You know what I'm doing. See, you guys are too fun to interact with. I should really stream more often. This has been very good. Maybe I'll do this more often. When I'm writing scripts, I'll do this. Or if I haven't talked with people in a long time and they need to kind of chit-chat with people on a more one-on-one level, then I'll do this. So, actually, technically, I'm supposed to be streaming once a month for my Patreon people, but there's only like 2 Patreon people, and I feel a little awkward trying to stream to 2 people. It's technically a reward, and I need to kind of do that. I need to figure out how to stream on Patreon, but that's technically supposed to be a reward. I might do something different. I don't know. So Garrett, there you go. My eldest cousin is named Garrett, interestingly enough. He's an interesting fellow. Mr. Reaper, you're the one caught and saw in his damn bed. You kicked me in the stones and told me to get out of here. Man, I've got a whole bunch of little pretzel things that I was going to munch on, assuming that nobody would show up. But then I was like, I can't eat these pretzel things. It's going to be a horrible yum, 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 horrible thing. So I don't want to do that, Ugh. No. Now I'm all... These are like buffalo pretzel twists. Ridiculous. Need my water. All right. I'm just stalling. Jarred. I mean, that's how it's spelled. Sometimes when I'm reading a book, I'll see like the window was jarred open. It's like, oh, there's my name. Anyway, I really should end this stream. So, thank you all for coming up. You know what? No. I'm going to finish this script because I'm probably just going to work on it anyway. If people got to go, you got to go, but I should really actually finish a script on stream. I'm sorry. It's not going to be that much more. I got to wrap it up. Here, I'll do one more little music thing. If you got to go, you got to go. That's totally fine. Let me put on one more little thing of music. And I'm less than 1,000 words away. I'm like 500 words away. I just got to wrap it up. Let me see. What else should I do? What other good music is there? Just to quickly wrap this up. Again, please don't stay on my account. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do... I've got different folders for background music. I've got non-copyright, written, and I've got copyright stuff that might get me in trouble. Let's do some copyright music, because it's just a stream. Who gives a shit? Let's do... No, that one's too loud. No. That's tempting. Donkey Kong 64 music? No, that's too loud. No, Wind Waker music's too ridiculous. That's too short. Persona music? No. Ooh, Katamari music might go hard. Let me see. What's this one? Is this one good? No, that one's a little silly. Different one. This one's pretty epic. Oh my god, please tap out, Hippo. I'm gonna wrap this up before this music's over. Katamari! I should really play Katamari. Okay, here we go. Good night, Hippo! Here we go. Would you guys prefer me to read this out as I'm typing, or should I just like... I'll read it out a little bit. Yet, his father shows amazing resilience and covers up. No. His son with the proper context for what he's done. It's a good kill. Yes, sir. This masterfully ties... I should move this up. No. There are deer everywhere. No. From! No doubt born from that queen deer. No. Different music. More Katamari music. Go with this one. It's good music, though. Ah. Yeah. Yeah. Love it. We're almost done. We're almost done. That's not how you spell license. Even better. No. I've already... How many times have I used even better? None. That's actually very surprising. What would you call it? The hunting office thingy. The guy who... The big game. The big game. What would... I don't know what it's called. The big game. Hunting. No. Hunting license office park service. That's all. A lot of words to describe the same thing. The big game hunting license park office service thing. You just gotta lean into it sometimes. Trophy hunting. There we go. Lonely star. This is to show me to say it all in one breath. That's gonna be fucking exhausting. Yes, sir. This masterfully ties in with... Oh, God. Yes, sir. This masterfully ties in with what the guy at the big game hunting license office... Oh, fuck. I can't say that all in one line. Yes, sir. This masterfully ties in with what the guy at the big game hunting license office trophy hunting park service thing said. There are deer... Oh, God. See, that's the... Hold on. That's the worst part. That is the worst part about recording this stuff, is when you get through something really difficult like this, and then you immediately fuck up. Yes, sir. This masterfully ties in with what the guy at the big game hunting license office trophy hunting park service thing said. There are deer everywhere, no doubt born from that deer queen running amok through the countryside until Bobby brought down the hammer of big truck justice. God, it is so hard to say all that stuff. And conveniently still wearing their hunting garb. No, they're not actually wearing their hunting garb. Are conveniently still hanging around, and all come by to admire Bobby's kill. No. Bobby's... admire the corpse of Bobby's childhood. In Ohio, it's called the Ohio Wildlife Licensing System. I should just put in Ohio. Would you look at the rack? That thing. If I had a nickel... You gotta have fun. You see, this is something that I think a lot of people need to do when they're writing reviews. You just gotta let your creativity flow and just make cringe jokes. You know, maybe you can take them out later. Maybe they're not appropriate, whatever. But you just gotta do whatever. There's no laws against saying, "Would you look at the rack on that thing? Huh, if I had a nickel." Oh my god, my favorite voice to fall asleep to is live. Your videos are awesome. Thank you, Pinkin Creature. I've heard that I put people to sleep a lot because I'm soothing or something. Boring. Or the Texas. You know what? Big game. Texas. Parks. Hunting license office service department thing. No! There we go. Yes, sir. This mentality masterfully ties in with what the guy at the Big Game Texas Park and Wildlife Hunting Office Oh, fuck. This has gone too far. Hey, if I can manage to pull that off, that'd be very impressive. So you gotta think about, you know, what is possible for your lungs to actually say, to actually get out. Oh God. You know what? Here, I'm gonna make an honest attempt at saying that whole thing. Not just like this part, but the whole paragraph. Here we go. A little bit of water. Yes, sir. This masterfully ties in with what the guy at the Big Game Texas Park and Wildlife Hunting License Office Trophy Hunting Park Service Department thing said. There are deer everywhere, no doubt born from that queen deer and running amok through the countryside until Bobby brought down the hammer of big truck justice. Hey, that was pretty good. I'll try one more time. You see, now that was a thing where if I get through most of it and then I kind of fuck up in like the and running amok, I'll just record and running amok and then splice the two takes together. Yes, sir. This masterfully ties in with what the guy at the Big Game Texas Park and Wildlife Hunting License Office Trophy Hunting Park Service Department thing said. There are, in fact, deer everywhere, no doubt born from that big queen deer and running amok in... I said in instead of through. Ah, that happens so often where my brain interposes a word and then I fuck up the whole thing. One more time. I'm getting through the hard part pretty easily. It's everything else that's messing me up. Yes, sir. This masterfully ties in with what... Yes, sir. This masterfully ties in with what the guy at the Big Game Texas Park and Wildlife Hunting License Office Trophy Hunting Park Service Department thing said. There are, in fact, deer everywhere, no doubt born from that big old queen deer and running amok through the countryside until Bobby brought down the hammer of big truck justice. See, now that would be a take that I would use. But the thing is, I'd probably doubt that I, read it correctly. So I tend to read everything, 3 times, because I want to have different takes. In case, I made, a weird, mouthy noise in the middle of that. Because sometimes I do. And so I'll do something like this 3 or 4 times. It'll take me, 10 minutes to read this thing perfectly. So, yeah, I get a few little practices in on that. If I had a nickel for every time I said that. Ugh. There we go. But... The other thing that I love is how Peggy notices the blood smeared all over the truck and quietly washes it off, understanding with the silent understanding of what happened. And for once, she is surprisingly subtle about her insights. I know Peggy can be a bit of a monster at times, but I really value these more quiet. No, not quiet. If I say quiet too much, then it sounds like I'm saying, yeah, man, I love it when women are silent. No. I really value these more introspective scenes from her where she demonstrates a surprising emotional awareness. How many times have I said emotional? Okay, 6 times. That's not too bad. Oh, fuck! No, I can't say emotional 3 times in like 3 paragraphs. Fuck. What's a synonym for emotional? 2 locked into 1. Oh, shit. No! Where he embodies the... Oh, fuck. No, half of my words of saying emotional are right here. Jesus Christ. Where Bobby was 2 locked into 1... fuck, it's too late for me to be thinking about this. Okay, emotional range has to stay. 2 locked into 1... As he embodies the emotion... I'll say not emotional stakes. The... fuck. Hold on. I'm always turning off the little thing here because I don't want to accidentally bring up something in my browser. Like, if I type in something and I had to look up something weird, like I type in E and then it brings up like some embarrassing thing. Like, oh, remember a thing that you typed in like 8 months ago where you typed in like e-cigarette girl, vaping, hot, whatever? I didn't do that. See, look. I swear to God, I just typed... Oh, fuck. Emotional eating. See, that's all I do. I'm looking up emotional eating, or emotional exhaustion, or emotional emoji. Emotional enmeshment? What the fuck is enmeshment? I don't know what the word enmeshment is. Emotional synonym. Glad somebody doesn't care about my Yowie tabs. Hi, Christian. You came in just in time for me to say Yowie tabs. Warm, fervent. That's it. Passionate, intense, torrid, melodramatic. You know what? I like G-Men's psychological. You know what? Perfect. Actually, that is a much smarter phrase. I'll use psychological state. See, it's a collaboration. We're all helping each other out here. Although I really should put this to an end. It's been fucking 4 hours. I did not mean to come on here for 4 hours. What am I doing? Thank God I don't have to stick to a specific sleep schedule. I just work for like 12 hours. Where she demonstrates a surprising awareness of other people. You wouldn't think she would, but it can be delightful when she does manage it. And then hard cut to Hank, wake up. I found another example of how you've ruined Bobby's life. It is a little bit weird to write in your laughing cues, I will say. Trying to make it sound naturalistic without, like, forcing it to go, ha 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 ha, you know. I don't ever want it to sound like that. Jesus. No, I've already said Jesus Christ a few times. How many times have I said Jesus Christ? Okay, good. Only once. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, that was pretty close, too. Get out of here. Good morning, good morning. God. You know what? That is such a good insight. I'm tempted to use... You know what? I'll paraphrase. I'm not going to look at that, G-Man, because I don't want to steal your idea, but I like that sentiment. Because you're completely right. Bobby does think he has to kill a deer to be a man, but he proves that he's above that. And I think that's really cool. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing like rituals of maturity are not bad, but it's nice when characters realize that, you know, it's just social construction. It's totally fine. So I'll paraphrase. I'm not going to type it in word for word, but I like that idea a lot because it's a really keen insight. She's so flat with her insults and whatnot. And not insults, with her... It's so funny. Tiresome to live with. Thank goodness. No. I'll just say it's so funny. There's enough Peggy haters out there already. It's so funny. And to bring us back into her corner with these shows her softer side. Am I a sucker for what's that bitchy anime trope called? No. Not like that at all. There we go. Tweak. I want someone to put King of the Hill episodes on the Internet Archive again. Someone be the change you want to see. Do it. I guess. I don't know. Or support the show by buying the DVDs. That's always gonna be my go-to. I love buying DVDs. Ever since streaming services have gotten complete and utter crazy bullshit with how many ads they put on. You know what the most horrible thing that I ever had happen to me with the streaming service? I paid for Paramount Plus, and I paid for the ad-free version. I went the extra distance, and I paid for the version that had supposedly no ads. Because I was like, I just want to binge watch Star Trek. I don't care. Just put it on. It'll be great. And fucking... They didn't have any ads for outside products, but they still showed me ads for their own shows, promoting other shows and like the merch on their website. And I'm like, what the fuck is what? I feel like that should be a lawsuit or something. That is blatant false advertising about selling something so you don't have ads. It's fucking... It's crazy. It's crazy. So I'm not gonna throw any shade at anybody who does the high seas thing, because I think there's enough justification. It's your own. It's between you and your living God, you know. But I can't as a person in the community, you know, I can't officially say anything pro or con. Well, I should probably just say con stuff, but you know what I mean. You know, that's more your guys' fear. I'm someone who just has to be responsible and say, you know, if you can, help support the show and buy the DVDs or the whatever. You know, you know, you can read between the lines. Whatever, I don't care. But I will say for me, I really like having physical stuff just because I got into ripping DVDs. It's really fun. I like the process. It's neat. There you go. I don't know. I like having all this stuff on my hard drive. As a matter of fact, hold on. I want to show you how many how many shows I have. Is it here? It's not in this. No. Where is it? I'm just making a lot of uncommittal noises. I think... What if I do... Can I do display capture? What if I do this? There we go. So, I actually don't have American Dad, but I got Avatar, I got some Better Call Saul, I have some Black Mirror, BoJack, Breaking Bad, I've got some of Buffy, King of the Hill, of course, some Rick and Morty, The Simpsons, up to like season 19, South Park, all of South Park, some Steven Universe, Venture Brothers is down there, second best hospital in the galaxy for some reason, I don't know, I just had access to it, some Has Been Hotel, Fallout, Common Side Effects, Invincible, and then Ripped Files. Thank you for the donation, John Too Fine. Cowboy Bebop, Batman Beyond, Daria, Deep Space Nine, Digimon, Frasier, Golden Girls, House, Justice League Unlimited, Lower Decks, Next Generation 2, some Static Shock, Superman the Animated Series, Voyager 2, Yu Yu Hakusho. These are all DVDs. I got these as DVDs, and I really want to get Adventure Time. I really do. Because I got into a little bit of a hoarding thing, where I'm just like, man, I might make videos on this stuff one day, so fuck it. I'll buy a bunch of DVDs. I'll support all these shows. Yes, Christian, you are completely right. And by the way, again, thank you, John Too Fine. If you wanna write a message, I'll read it out or answer any of your questions. Thank you so much for the $10. That's fucking crazy. Thank you a ton. But yes, it is very upsetting that The Simpsons, for some reason, like, they only did up to season 20 of The Simpsons. It's half. They're going into like season 40 soon. How is it that they have half of the show not on DVDs? You have to get Disney Plus, which is ridiculous. Physical media is so important. Yes, I understand there's torrents and whatever. I get it. You know, I understand. But I have a deep fondness for physical media. I like it. I got all my Golden Girls here. It's great. Don't laugh. Don't laugh! BoJack is really good. You know, it's funny. I'm surprised that, like, someone would categorize The Depressing Horse Show as a favorite. Like, it's good, and I like what it does, but it's a hard watch. It's like saying the show Chernobyl is your favorite. It's like, I get it. It's high quality and it's compelling, but like, man, I don't know. I don't know if I could do that again. So, favorite movies: Human Centipede 2. Human Centipede 2. Looking out for you. Physical media of games is really fun. What do I have within arm's reach of me? Video game wise. I've got, this is such a random fucking collection of things. Just within eyesight of me, I've got, on this little pile of to-do things, I've got Final Fantasy XII, The Zodiac Age, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, The Wonderful 101, the Wii U's version of Xenoblade Chronicles X, Uncharted 4, which I don't know why I fucking got that. I haven't even played the first couple Uncharted. Then after that, I have the 3 Uncharted games in a little bundle pack. God of War 4, Yakuza Kiwami 1, Yakuza Kiwami 2, and I think that's Ghost of Tsushima under there. So, that's what I got within eyesight of me. There you go. There's a little eyesight, or there's a little insight, rather, to stuff that I could be doing if I wasn't doing this. You know, Christian, that's a good point. The more I see Peggy's sort of like moving around, I think I'm warming up to her. Like, I didn't like seeing Peggy in the reboot because she's got like that weird, like, old lady neck thing going on. Just from the character model, I was kind of weirded out. Just, it's the neck. It's not really her face or her hair or anything. I'm like, man, it's only, in the context of the show, it's only been like 10 years. Like, really? Peggy went from I don't know, seeming like a normal human being to like, she looks like she's 65. It's really weird. I don't know. But then when I saw the reboot a little bit, you know, the first episode, her moving around and having different poses, I'm like, okay, you know what? She does look a lot better. I just think it's the standard character model where she's got that, like, she's in that 3/4 sort of turn, you know, where most of her face is to the thing, and she's kind of in that stiff pose that I think looks weird. But other than that, I think she does look really good. I've been stuck on this fucking I'm a sucker for tsundere girls, it's not like that at all, for like 5 minutes. I need to move on. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. And it's all in caps, too. God damn it. There. Might as well. Whatever. I'll even do... I'll do this. Do one of those. Okay. My sucker for some miracles, no, it's like that at all. Shit, what was I? I'm almost done. I'm really, really close to being done, to wrapping it up here. Enough to bring us back to the show. She's not like that at all. Fucking. Oh, what was G-Man? G-Man's thing, yes. To begin. Hold on, I gotta scroll down here. 2 a.m. approaches, 1 a.m. says I'm going to bed because it's 1. I'm so sorry. I meant to end this like an hour ago, but I'm trying to wrap up the script. Please, feel free to go to sleep. You can either watch the stream later. Like, it's not going to be deleted. It's totally fine. So, please, L, the world changer, please go to sleep. I don't mean to. I really should start these streams at like noon. Ugh, I'm so done. I meant for this to just be like a little 2-hour thing, but it's ballooned. Like a tsundere girl on a fetish website. She's really ballooned up. God, I hate my internet brain. What the fuck? This episode really impresses me. Because what could have been a standard Bobby needs to do something to become a man plot, it instead becomes about Bobby recognizing that compromising your sense of right and wrong to raise your status in society is a dangerous thing, and it is best in some cases, and it is best to walk away and preserve that precious part of your soul. There we go. Well, thank you very much, L the World Changer, and your partner, L the World Changer's partner, too. Thank you very much for watching. I very much appreciate it. If you have any questions or anything, please let me know. I'm happy to answer any old thing you guys want to talk about, opinions on, whatever. Just let me know. Your status in danger state, just walk away and preserve that precious part of your soul. Yet, it never feels schmaltzy or too sugary sweet for its own good. There's enough of a hard edge to the story to make us invest. No, to keep us invested. Unfortunately, I don't feel that this is an especially memorable episode, even though... No, fucking fat fingering this thing. If I had a nickel. It doesn't really do anything wrong. Doesn't anything especially wrong. I think it's a victim of being being just a good episode in a season full of amazing stories. If Good Hill Hunting was in season 8, it would be one of the best plots of the bunch. But because it has the misfortune of standing on Olympus with a pantheon, you gotta love when you can fit in the word pantheon somewhere, of untouchable gods, just being a demigod makes you look kinda dookie in comparison. Come on down to the slums with... I'm trying to think of season 8 episodes. Where's my phone? Do I have my phone? I don't have my phone. Fuck. Hold on. Season 9. Fuck. Season 9 episodes of King of the Hill. Yarchi Blows, Patriot Act, Think You're a Business. Arlen City Bomber. Oh my god. Do you guys remember this episode? Holy fuck. This one. The one where Peggy joins like the roller derby team with these homely women. Oh no! What is that face? Jesus Christ. Oh no. Oh no. Oh Jesus. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. Bill! My god, man. What's happened to your face? Jesus. Winklebottom, no! I just love seeing these out of context screenshots. Okay, focus. I'm sorry. I'm being too silly. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that. Holy crap. You know what? That may be like the only super notable Lane Prattley plotline that he actually... Holy fuck, I completely forgot about that. That caught me off guard. Oh my goodness! I gotta end the stream before Sticky Sweet hands over his whole bank account. Jesus. Signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. See, I know these words. You know what? Here, I'm gonna take... Because that reminded me of something. Thank you again, Sticky Sweet. Seriously, you're... you're good for the whole rest of the year. Jesus Christ. Do you guys remember you know what? Hold on. There's my phone. It's right over here. I'm gonna play a little bit of a music thing, and I want you guys to tell me if this summons the idea or the image rather of a certain dating commercial from the early 2000s. I'm gonna play this very softly because I'm hoping that this will not get me in trouble with YouTube. I'm gonna play it way down here. Let's see. It's gonna be tinny. That's it. That's by design. If you're looking for love out there, there's people that can connect with you. Come and find love on, I think it was eHarmony. Come and find love. You're gonna like the way you look. No, that's the Men's Warehouse commercial. This will be an everlasting love. This will be. Oh, it's so good. That's what Sticky's donation thing made me think of for some reason. My brain neurons connected to that. I don't know. I don't even know if you guys could hear that. I was trying to like hold it away from the phone or from the microphone, so it didn't get. You guys might not even know what I'm fucking talking about. That's okay. That's okay. Maybe the whole stream just got taken down, muted, because I used that one little thing. Holy moly, brain flashbang. Yes, yeah. That came up on my little like Spotify recommendation. I'm like, oh my god, I completely forgot about those ads. Jesus Christ. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. That's awesome. And Winklebottom. You know, I actually really like the Winklebottom episode. I'm gonna go on record and say that I think the Winklebottom bottom, that might be like one of my top 5 favorite like post Golden Year King of the Hill episodes. Something about that old lady yelling, "Put it on layaway," is really and Hank like running over the fucking thing that he buried in the middle of the woods and going, "Bobby, we can never speak of this again." It's amazing. I used to work at the YMCA. One of those kid parents was in. Really? That is so interesting. You see, you never know who you're gonna meet. I really should be more social. Goodness. Instead of just fucking locking myself in a room and talking about King of the Hill all damn day. And you'll shine like gold. Okay, as a final wrap up, see, this is so good. I don't think I would have worked as this hard if I hadn't done the stream. And it's, again, so big thank yous to everyone who's donated, including Sticky and everybody. It's ridiculous. Absolutely crazy. It was such a fun episode. Peggy was an ass to Bobby. I like that. I get that she's an ass, but it's so intentional. What I think really bothers me is when, like, characters are not written to be an ass, but they come off like they're being jerks anyway. Like, you're supposed to like them. Like, I never get the impression that I'm supposed to like Peggy being mean to Bobby. You know what I mean? That Winklebottom episode is a real Malcolm in the Middle kind of episode. God, I would love to do Malcolm in the Middle. Oh my god. That'd be so fucking fun. Ugh. Malcolm in the Middle is a crazy show that holds up surprisingly well. Although, I would not blame a single person. I mean, legally, I would condemn you, but I would not blame, although I'm legally condemning you, for pirating Malcolm in the Middle, because there are no DVDs of Malcolm in the Middle available in Region 1. I have looked into it. There is Season 1 and nothing else. I was going to buy it. I was going to give them my moolah, and they said, fuck you. And they're like, it's Chunkleton! No! My cat is scratching on my door. Oh god, I gotta wrap this up. Chunkleton, stop scratching on my door! Okay, I think he left. Damn cat. He's fine, by the way. I'm not someone who's I'm not like those Facebook parents who like play Farmville or whatever the fuck it was and leave their kids to die. Chunk has food and water and everything. He's okay. Unless he like pooped on the ground or something, and then I gotta go check him out. But whatever. I gotta wrap this up. I'm not a neglective pet owner, I swear to God. He's fine. Jesus. Yay. Oh yeah. Come back and visit us sometime. I don't think I will. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Winklebottom. You know what? Here's a pop quiz question. Don't look it up. I think I know the answer of it. What was the name? God, this is... yeah, that whole drama. Oh my God. That whole drama's crazy. Chunkleton's allowed to move. My God. Hey, Dylan Keenan, who loves orange soda. Kel loves orange soda. Just the name Keenan reminded me of Keenan and Kel, and it activated my 90s brain. I'm sorry. What the fuck? I'm so tired. Come on down to the slums. Shine like gold. Sadly, I actually forgot this episode existed. And I thought that Pretty Dresses was the one that followed 9 Pretty Darn Angry Men. So imagine my surprise. Who loves orange soda? Kel loves orange soda. I'm sorry. Here's 2 pop quiz questions for you. Number 1, what was the name of the replacement gnome that Hank got to replace Winklebottom after he killed Winklebottom? What was the similar-looking gnome's name? I'm pretty sure I know the answer. And quiz number 2, what was the name of the Kenan and Kel movie? It was Kenan and Kel, apostrophe, and then a little title. What was the name of the movie? And what was the name of the replacement gnome? Don't look it up if you can. I mean, I'll never be able to know, but try to remember. Pop quiz. Yes! 100 points to Mr. Siegel. Figgleforth. Totally different personalities. My man. Yes, a G-Man too. Yay. We all have brain cells fucking dedicated to Figgleforth. I can't name all of the elements on the periodic table off the top of my head, but I know the name of the stupid replacement gnome to replace fucking Winklebottom. My life is a joke. What a ride. What a show. What a season. Completely different personality. And by the way, since nobody typed it up yet, I'm gonna tell you the name of the Kenan and Kel movie subheading. The subheading for the Kenan and Kel movie, for some reason, is stuck in my brain. It's 2 heads are better than none. That is a great, amazing subheading for what I believe was a Halloween movie. Great stuff. Loved it. It was like an Abbott and Costello meets the Mummy kind of thing, I think, where they were meeting like a weird monster. It's fun. So much better and satisfying than the Bobby... Then I actually remember the title of this. At least in my opinion. So, with that done, now I can finally move on Yeah, it was, man. That's forgotten media. The fucking Keenan and Kel movie. Oh, that is forgotten media. Like, at least like Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island and like the Static Chaser thing and the aliens. Like, that's all pretty memorable. Like, people still remember that. Rugrats movie, whatever. Keenan and Kel movie, though. Nobody remembers that shit. That is forbidden media. John Smith, good question. Because the reboot thing actually, from what I've seen, looks really good, I decided that I'm going to save it until after season 13 because I don't really like season 13 of King of the Hill, and so I want to have something to look forward to doing. Because if I do the new season now, oh fuck, not Mr. Meaty. Those horrible puppets. Oh god. You're the reason I'm going to have nightmares now, Mr. Siegel. That's on you. I'm going to have their hideous, fleshy lip flaps. Ugh. Ugh. Gross. You know when, I hate to say this, you know when certain anime girls have, like, puffy lips, and they're kind of, like, trying to be cute, like, and all that? That's my impression of an anime girl, apparently. I think of the Mr. Meaty, horrible flesh lip puppet things. I don't want to mac on no puppet. Who else's stream are you going to hear, I don't want to mac on no puppet? Only mine. Into something more light and fun. Something we can all laugh at. I'm getting ready for the big long sleep. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh man. Oh dear queen. That's going to be messy. That's going to be quite the challenge. To live up to reviewing such a god tier episode. It's truly daunting. Cinematic Venom recently re-uploaded his review of Keenan and Kel movie that was copyright claimed in 2020 when he originally... Who the fuck is copyright claiming... Whoa, 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 whoa. Who in the hell is copyright claiming the Keenan and Kel movie in 2020? Huh? What? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. What the... Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon. What are you doing? Ah. You can't. You can't get away with that. You better start changing your ways. Or start changing your name. Ay. Truly a daunting prospect. So tune in next time to see if I can rise to the occasion, or if I'm just jumping into the front of a truck and am splatter myself against something. No. If I'm wandering towards a grim feeding. No. Playing in the garden. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, at least no one is in 2025 because the re-upload has been safe for at least a week. Well, there you go. Nickelodeon died in 2020. Their corpse died of COVID. There you go. Wonderful. Excellent. Junie Harper would strike it. Of course. Of course. Anyway. Thank you so much for watching. And, of course, a huge deer... No. Well, kind of thank you. I'm just playing in the garden. Or creepily eating out of a garbage can. Seriously. What the hell are you doing, Bill? And why do you have such creepy red eyes? Goodness. Maybe you should, Kermit sewer slide. No. Yeah, fuck it. You're scaring the kids, man. You're scaring the children. You monster. Anyway, thank you so much for watching, and of course, a colossal thank you. Fuck it. I overcomplicate everything. Not everything needs to be a joke. Thank you goes out to Undermined Shrimp. Not Crimp. Shrimp? The fuck am I typing? Dominic O. And Valerie Vomit. Patreon. I'm not pulling these names out of my ass. These are actual people who are donating to me on Patreon. Who got access to this video a week early and are and whose efforts are greatly appreciated. You don't want to just say donation because you don't want to say like, "Hey, thanks for all the cash." I mean, you could, but I try to make things sound a little bit more like your efforts. And a big thank. And of course, thanks to my YouTube members and $5 patrons. If you want some goodies too, buddy. That's a reference to In the Mouth of Madness, where the pig cop was beating the shit out of this guy, this homeless guy in the alley, and the main character walks by, and the cop stands up and he goes, "You want some too, buddy?" Then go check out those options. Button. How do I usually end these? It's and maybe no. I don't need to do that. No. Good morning, everyone. Oh fuck, I've been up so long. It's been good morning. Jesus, nice to see Mart, but I'm kind of trying to wrap this up. So if you have any questions, then let me know. Thanks to all my YouTube channel members and $5 Patreons. And thank you for watching. Looking forward and look forward to watching. Re-asking this question. Oh, I'm sorry, Christian, I didn't see that. What's 114 divided by 6? I'm going to say, because that's half, it's over 50. I'm going to say probably about 64, 5? No. It'd probably be... because it's not 100. 100 would be 600. I'm trying to use logic. 6, 7. Oh my god! No! No. If it's actually stupid 6, 7, I'm gonna laugh. Jesus. Fucking... Let me get my phone. Oh my... Oh, it's 69. There you go. What do I think of the King of the Hill cat episode, Patriot Act? Being a cat owner myself, hot take, I would have really liked that episode if, instead of it being about, like, Hank being miserable about owning a cat, I actually think it would have been really fun if Hank had, like, come around. It's 69. If Hank had come around and actually, like, secretly liked the cat, but he's embarrassed to like, say it. And it keeps, like, everyone keeps pushing him, like, Hank, when are you going to get rid of this cat? This cat's expensive, all this stuff. I think it would have been really cute and unexpected and very interesting if Hank had formed a secret attachment to the cat, but he's too embarrassed to tell his friends and Peggy and all that because he's made such a big deal out of, like, saying, like, oh, cats are for sick old ladies and little girls or whatever. And I think that could have been really fun. I think that would have been... You see, that's the thing, is when I don't like something, this is something that I really, like, early in doing my videos kind of came across, this philosophy. If you have a complaint about something, try to come up with a better idea. You know, don't just say, man, that cat episode sucks balls, you know. Anybody can say that, it's fine, but I think it's more interesting and challenging to put up your alternative, because, you know, your alternative doesn't have to be great, but if you're struggling to have an alternative, then that kind of proves that the core concept is really difficult to make interesting or fun. It's a good writing challenge. And, you know, if you put out your hypothetical alternative and people don't like it, then it kind of shows, like, hey, the original thing maybe did have some merit. If Bobby was a cat person, he would have got a lot of shit from Hank. Exactly. And I think that would have been a little too bitter. I think it's easy for Hank to kind of, like, dump on Bobby, but maybe it would have been interesting for, like, Bobby to kind of, like, see Hank feeding the cat and taking care of it and kind of being embarrassed or something. Like, oh my God, like, Dad's such a hypocrite or something. Because a big problem that I have with kind of the later seasons of King of the Hill, and you'll probably hear me say this in a lot of videos, is I think they focus too much on Hank being miserable. And just people being miserable in general. And I understand that it can be funny to see people, you know, get dumped on. It's what the Three Stooges is all about. You know, they beat the shit out of each other. When misfortunes happen to... Here's a really good thing. If you take nothing else away from the stream, here's a really good lesson. Typically, in storytelling, traditionally anyway, this, you know, genres change and whatever, if something bad happens to somebody of a low class, like a poor person or an idiot or whatever, someone who's doesn't have a very good reputation, if something bad happens to them, it's a comedy. If something bad happens to a middle class person, then it's a drama. If something bad happens to an upper class person, it's a tragedy. And again, this is not like applied to the modern sort of sensibility of, like, upper, lower, middle class. This is like ancient Greek stuff. You know, this is like, oh, if King Theseus has something bad happen to him, then it's a tragedy. If he's falling from on high, he had status, then he lost it. If it's somebody who's like, oh, just an average citizen, and they're dealing with problems, strife in the family, it's a drama. And if something bad happens to, you know, that naked guy who wanders down the street screaming weirdo shit, it's a comedy, because he's already in a buffoonish state. So, little writing tip. Again, it's not a hard and fast rule, it's just sort of a general writing guide. So for the King of the Hill people, because... you know, it's mostly a comedy, but the comedy is born from dramatic situations. So Hank having to deal with the cat... Is that a Denzel Washington movie? See, people are smarter than I am. I just throw out shit. And people know things better than I do. And I'll see you... Oh, wait, I didn't say the... did I say... No. You're scaring the monster. Until then... This episode... been reviewed to death. Thank you so much for watching. Of course, thanks to all my YouTube channel members, Patreons, Thank you again. And I'll see you in the next review. Boom. All right. So there you go. 10 pages. 3,060 words. How many words did I write on stream today? Bobby Blam. Where's that Omni-Man thing? That's where I started. It was... Yeah, there's gunslinging. It's about family. What the fuck? Where the fuck was it? Oh, here we go. This is how much I wrote today. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. That is... Is that really true? That's 2,306 words. Boom. Oof. This stream really helped me focus. I know I kind of answered a lot of questions for like the first hour and stuff, but this was really good. This was fun. This was a neat experiment. And I think it does incentivize people to watch the review to see if things change or just how like the visuals come to be. You're getting to see the ground floor shit here, people. So, anyway. But I've gone on way too long, so... You know, it's okay. This video is still going to be publicly viewed on my channel, so if you want to see the whole video, you can just throw it on in the background. It's not going anywhere. It'll still be up for people to see. And I'll probably do something. I should really like make this like a set thing. I just kind of did it out of like, oh, probably like 2 people will show up. But I really should announce it like, oh, hey, this like Sunday I'll be doing the thing live. So if you want to see, come look at the thing. So yeah, I'll you know what, after this, whenever I do a stream, I'll actually announce it. So it's just difficult because I don't know when's a good time when most people are around. I don't want to say like, oh, I'll do it at like 2 p.m. And it's like, oh no, I'm on European time. That's like 1 a.m. for me. You know, there's never going to be a good time for everybody. So, but I'll do my best. I'll do it on like a weekend. Just so hopefully everybody has enough time. Anyway, so again, I do have to say a big thank you, like huge thank you again to everybody who came into the chat and shared with me all their discussions. Thanks to Sticky Sweet like 5 times, 10 times even, Snipe Dog, Part, and John Too Fine. Thank you everybody for your extremely kind presence and oh fuck, this whole thing is all wrong. There we go. I think that's right. What am I doing? Oh shit! I'm screwing the whole thing up. It's fine. I think the window capture is still there. Yeah. My settings. Let's put it to this. There we go. Let's bring my guy up. Oh no, my legs! I got no legs. I can't afford legs. There we go. I like that this whole time I've just been wiggling back and forth. Alright. Well, thank you everybody for coming. I really appreciate you being here. Thanks for all that. And yeah, I'll keep working hard. Sorry for stress talking earlier, but you know, I'm a stressed out guy. But you guys being here really helped out. So again, thank you very much. And I will say good night if you're sleeping, and good morning if you're just waking up. So until next time, this stream has been reviewed to death, and I'll see y'all when I see you. Okay, bye.